Hello. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Something's wrong already with the live
No,
stream.
no, it's fine. Hello, everyone. I don't know how many people are going to show up for this. It is kind of late. It is kind of sudden. I didn't announce it. I just kind of popped it. But that's okay. That's what VODs are for. Um, I am, I am anything if not spontaneous when it comes to this channel. Wait, what?
We are currently watching a bunch of Brad Bird movies. Currently, we definitely didn't
Yeah.
record those, in advance. That was a that's been fun to watch again. It's been like a couple months since we've recorded those, and man, I remember watching those movies.
But we also watched a whole bunch of other movies that came out this year, not ones that came out well in the past. Some of them over 25 years ago. Man, I tell you what, the Iron Giant's gonna be 26 this year. That's all right. You guys already seen all about that. But at least me, Karev has like a short list or whatever his favorite movies were this year. I just said I'm gonna do what I've done in the past, which is just talk about all of it quickly. Just run through it, then talk about some of the highlights, some
Yeah,
of the good 3Ds and all that. 3Ds
I didn't watch
nuts.
as many like weird artsy and or semi artsy like movies as I did like years prior. Partially this is because I have the other film bro and he actually moved this year. So I haven't really been keeping up with that in the back half of the year. That being said, I did see some pretty cool movies that I'd love to shout out at some point. But I feel like taking it from Rob's perspective first, and then I can kind of go over the stuff that I want to see and want to talk about really quickly.
Yeah,
Just yeah.
we're gonna try to go in chronological order. Some things might be a teeny bit out of order, but it's okay. Speaking of art house, let's talk about the Doghouse. Dogman. Can you even?
Oh,
It's insane to think that we started off with Dogman this year. I know we did some other reviews, but this was the first one that was like a current review. I actually did enjoy this. I only saw it once in the theater,
me
but I
too.
do remember parts of it that I still really enjoy. I liked it when the buildings came to life. That was a very funny thing to see have happen. Um, I mean, it's a Dav Pilkey story. Dude is a very funny, very, very funny guy. He is the only one that has ever made toilet humor funny. Usually it's gross and weird and not funny at all, and I don't know why Hollywood thinks it's funny, but he makes it funny. Dogman, we have a pretty positive review. Karif really and I like this one too, but Karif really liked the guys that dropped the box of bees.
That was at the very beginning of the
Yeah,
movie, and I do remember that. I remember that bit.
yeah.
I do feel like I like Captain Underpants a little bit better,
Oh
and it's
yeah, for
crazy because I
sure.
think that the reason that that's true is because Dogman is super ADHD. Like
It
it
is
is, it
frantic.
never stops.
This is like
Yeah,
TikTok fucking clip farm. Uh, also, I think Captain Underpants also had a few different animation styles it employed throughout its runtime. Not that it makes it better or anything, but it is something to note. But Captain Underpants for sure, better. But like this is still also very enjoyable. I didn't hate myself, and I thought it had some fun stuff in there. I'm glad that it didn't just redeem the dad and have the dad, like kind of turn over a new leaf. It was like, no, sometimes your parents are just shitheads, and while that's not okay, that doesn't mean you have to also be a shithead. Uh,
yeah.
Interesting
I'm
stuff. It's
pulling
about
up all the
generational
events in
trauma,
this
is what it's about. But like even further than that, well, no, little Petey is like a clone of regular Pete. Oh, Petey. And then there's all. It's funny because we have Petey, who's a cat, and then there's Pete the cat, and he's just like a black cat. So a lot of cats named Pete going around recently, apparently. Yeah, enjoyed it. I don't remember too much about the 3D of this movie. It was a very long time ago. I don't even remember if this movie came out 3D, but there you go. Uh, yeah, I mean, if it got a 3D home release, I might consider getting it. This is a fun little time. I bet Sunflower would like this movie a lot, actually. Let me move my microphone a little bit closer. Well, if that's all you got to say about Dogman, Karif, I guess we can move on to the next
Next
weekend.
movie.
I thought this was a pretty okay to start out, a pretty okay way to start out the year. It was a fuck you, it's January movie, but it came out on January 31st, so it's kind of like right there at the end.
I mean, it's that low budget children's
Yeah.
film, and it's a good low budget children's film. This year, it's are you seeing this like Charlie the Wonder Dog thing going on?
That's like in February or March or something.
I think it opens this weekend
Oh,
because
I don't
I
know anything
can buy
about it.
tickets
Well,
for it. But yeah, it looks like shit.
Charlie
There
the
was
Wonder
another one of
Dog.
those that came
Is
out
this one of
past
those
year.
Viva Kids movies?
It looks like it.
Oh,
There
it's a
was another Viva
University
Kids movie
Mall.
that came out last year or in 2025, I think. Maybe it wasn't 2025. God, it was the one that was by that horror director. The fuck is his name? Not gonna remember. But yeah, it's like a Viva Kids movie crossed with like Day of the Dead. It's really crazy.
What are the show
Um,
time? No 3D show times. I'll probably end up passing on that, but cool. Good for them. I saw the Fellowship of the Ring extended edition today in Cinemark XD, so that's what I did with my day.
oh, cool.
Yeah. Let's see what we got. We got Mickey 17. I actually really ended up enjoying this movie a lot, and I still would recommend checking it out. Fun dark comedy about a guy who basically he signs up to donate his body to science. What Carrot from Real Future Pictures alive? That is true. It's Carrot in Real Future Pictures. Yep. Uh, and it follows the story of this guy who donates his body to science, and they replicate his mind, like his body. Like they can keep creating perfect clones of this guy because he's basically there to keep dying, and he's doing this because him and his friend start some pastry shop, but the friend borrowed money and wasn't able to pay the money back, so the mob's after them. There's this whole thing. But essentially what ends up happening is that there's two clones of Mickey. There's two Mickeys running around. Also, they're on this ship with this like this political guy who's super full of himself, and he has all of his political zealots and all of his followers come with him. They're gonna go colonize this new planet. There's already aliens living there, and it's off to the races. I enjoy this a lot. It's had some fun, dark comedic moments in it. Robert Pattinson did a great job. You know, dude can act. That he's been
Yeah,
trying extremely hard to prove that he can actually act. For no particular reason. He's just doing it.
no particular reason. That was last or also 2 years ago, right? That we reviewed Twilight movies at this
That was
point.
last year.
Okay.
Also, the director, I finally saw a movie. I know Karif's gonna be like, dude, you got to check out Parasite because it's really good. But I think
Actually,
this is
I'm
really
gonna
good.
ask a different. Well, there's another Korean guy that made a good movie about suffering under you know capitalism. For lack of a better term, it's called No Other Choice. That's by the guy who made
It's
Old
in
Boy.
theaters right now. I'm pretty sure. I
Yeah,
saw
it
the
is.
poster for it. So, well,
Yeah, he's got a vase in
uh,
the poster.
I really, yeah, it's got chili peppers on it. Well, I really enjoyed Mickey 17. I actually saw it at the Airbus in IMAX. It's cool. Karif, what did you think about Mickey 17? Where do you
Yeah, I
what do you
liked
feel
it.
about it?
It's yeah, I mean there were a lot of, political blockbusters this year, and I think I liked like two-thirds of them, which is pretty good. And like I may be a little bit softer on it just because time has only time has only shown that Mickey 17 is, even more of a fantasy movie. But uh it's still a very fun watch. When I went into it, I was expecting something a little bit closer to Snowpiercer in terms of tone, which is to say, like, more serious when it is serious, and less and more like crazy than like straight up a farce or like a comedy. Uh, but I still think that it is a really good original slash adapted but fairly original idea for a science fiction movie, and I liked what they did with the premise. I liked the creature. I liked the creatures that they kind of show up, and you know
Glupshido
com-
creatures.
compared to the whales, I feel like they had
Oh, yep.
them and the whales from Avatar 3.
Well, these
Uh,
guys had like a sense of humor, kind of. They felt a little
oh
bit
yeah,
more
also
human,
yeah.
I guess, if that makes sense.
That is true. I do remember at the end of the movie now the line that they were just bluffing. They were like
They
doing all this shit.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna blow your heads up," but then it turns out, oh, we couldn't actually do that. We were just lying.
Yeah, they can't do that.
I can't find a picture of him here, but yeah, comedy is a very good way to humanize characters and to get us to relate to them and to like them, which is probably why the MCU uses it as like an easy way to get people to care about their characters. But it works very well here, especially because the little alien guys don't really have much screen time, and you don't really get to know too much about them till kind of towards the final act, and it it does use the fact that you don't know too much about them to its advantage, because you really do believe they're going to blow up their heads, right? Because they speak telepathically, so it you can follow the train of thought that they
It's the
could do
reasoning.
that. Yeah.
Rob, I feel like you missed a movie between January and March, but maybe you're
What is
coming
it?
up on it.
Neja 2?
No, it's Captain America: Brave New World. That was on Valentine's Day, bro.
Oh shit. All right. We'll
Yeah,
hop on that. All right. Well, I like Mickey 17. Good time in IMAX. You thought this was a good one this year?
yeah,
All
I would
right.
recommend.
Cool. Captain America, brave new box office bomb. Brave
Mhm.
new rewrite, actually, brave new script, as they say. Originally supposed to be called Captain America: New World Order, but changed for obvious reasons. This sees Sam Wilson stepping into the Captain America role. He has to uncover a conspiracy by a Spirit Halloween animatronic who
Yeah,
is giving the president gamma radiation laced pills that are supposed to help his heart, which they do help his heart in all fairness, because the president promised to free him. Daniel Stearns is the guy. The president promised to free Daniel Stearns. Daniel Stearns doesn't get freed because the president wants the pills. And so he wants the president to turn into an angry Hulk monster because the president has anger issues. This is not a Hulk sequel, by the way. This is a Captain America sequel, and I did actually end up seeing this movie.
I did too.
I
Uh,
saw it through
yeah.
less than legitimate means. I honestly think that the Disney Plus show should have been like the character arc for Captain America, because he doesn't really have one here. Um, and in the show, Sam Wilson is like kind of having imposter syndrome. He's grappling with like, I don't really know if I could live up to Steve Rogers, even though Anthony Mackie is Anthony Mackie is very charismatic, and I think he does make for a good Captain America. It's just I wish he I don't know, I wish we got to know him a little bit more. It kind of feels like the side character got the upgrade, but we really didn't know much about the side character. But he's still very good. I thought the story was dog ah. I thought a lot of this was dog ah. I thought that it was laughable what uh, the Stearns looked like with his Spirit Halloween makeup brain head. Uh,
I haven't seen The Incredible Hulk, the movie that this is a
sequel to.
sequel to. But this is if the MCU is going to be bad, right? This is exactly what I want them to do when it's bad. I don't think this movie's like very watchable, but I think all of the kind of like MCU detritus dig up is so much fun. Like for me, right? And they don't do like a great job. But what I was talking about is that one of the things that's going on in this is a war over the dead Eternal's body. Not Eternal. What's the guy?
It's the
What the fuck is it?
Celestial. He's a
It's the Celestial,
Celestial.
right? Yeah, the Celestial Island that, is basically now a mining rig for a bunch of cool metals, which bears geopolitical consequence. Very interesting idea. Um, and they don't take it anywhere, but I'm just glad to see
It,
the like Eternals show up in any sense. Not because I like that movie, but because it's it's good to see them use all the parts of the bison, right?
it's good to see that
Uh,
they remembered that these are supposed to be connected stories.
yeah, and in kind of the same way, I think that a movie where that other guy, the Captain America from the show, that feels like or that is jaded or whatever. I don't remember what his name is,
Are you talking
or his
about
specific.
the Rob Walker or that guy from the show?
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
He's not
Um,
really in this though. It's more of a Thunderbolts thing. I love
Not Rob, or I don't know the
you.
not that guy, the other guy, the his friend, the guy that like gets captured
Oh, you what?
by the government because he like shoots or he yeah
Oh, the other super soldier that they made a super soldier
yeah
and then threw him in jail. Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. Hold up. I love 3D so much. Said Brave New World
Eternals was
made more
good.
money.
Yeah,
He said Incredible Hulk is peak and Eternals was good.
I want to appreciate Eternals, but if I wanted to watch Eternals, I'd just watch Cloud Atlas again, right? I like Chloe Zhao. I haven't seen Hamnet yet, but I've heard really good things, and it's a movie that I have plans to see like this week. But I think Eternals has some problems, and most of them like are Marvel, right, related. But Captain or yeah, and all the stuff about the Incredible Hulk that shows up in Captain America: Brave New World, right? Very very funny that they just remember that existed and that things in the past have consequences in the future. I'm still really pissed about the fact that it doesn't feel like the snap like fucking matters, right? We all just went back to what we were doing, in a way.
Yeah, I mean
There's
that's what the
like
show was
there's like
about.
tidbits of it there, right here and there, but it's not. It is it should be this like life altering, world altering event. It can be in the background, but sometimes it should be in the foreground, right? Like, there's a lot of cool story potential, even with the fact that I don't know if I like the snap. But
What about this movie specifically? Is I don't know, like Red Hulk
I
or
feel like
whatever, but
listening to two gods.
yeah, I know. I it this movie was just not good. The pacing was weird, the structure was weird. You can feel the rewritedness of it, that it just isn't fully cohesive. They tried their best in the editing bay. Is yeah, I don't
They tried
know.
their best in the
They
editing bay.
they
There's a
put it
character that's basically completely sidelined for another obvious reason.
they put this movie in fuck you it's February for a reason. That's where they put
Yeah,
Ant-Man Quantumania. I'll say that.
Paddington
Just
and Peru came out that
all
week.
right, yeah, well, that's different.
Yeah.
That's different because I also didn't see that movie. But I'm sure it was a lot better than this. Red Hulk shows up for 10 minutes. He was probably in the advertisements more than he was in the actual movie. So, good on them. Also, I think the director said that Red Hulk was supposed to be a surprise or
I
something.
can
Or
definitely see
maybe
that. It would make a whole lot more sense if it was supposed to be a
it
surprise.
probably was. And then the Marvel was like, "Oh shit, no one's going to watch this. Spoil Red Hulk immediately." And then like make all the advertising around the Red Hulk, and then he shows up like at the very end. And then they Steven Universe, and then he calms down, and then guess there's not
Yeah.
much else you can do with the Hulk because the angrier he gets. Apparently, the Hulk, it can get infinitely strong. The angrier he gets, the stronger he gets. So if you're
Mhm.
gonna like knock the Hulk out, you have to do it as basically as soon as you possibly can, or else he just becomes too powerful. It was interesting to see a regular ass human being try to fight and take on the Hulk. Because you got to remember, outside of the Wakandan armor, Anthony Mackie has no superpowers. He's just a
Yeah.
guy. And that's kind of what makes it interesting. But like I said, the fight just doesn't last too long. And then it's just kind of
Story should be
over.
more about him just being a guy in that case, right? And
Yeah.
that the story doesn't feel like it develops Anthony Mackie's character as a guy. Like, and I want that. Like,
It
I'd love
feels
a
more
more
like the Harrison Ford
human
show.
grounded take. Yeah.
It feels more like Harrison Ford with like Anthony Mackie's also there. You know?
Yep.
Not great. I think this is easily the worst of the MCU movies that came out this year, and maybe the worst one since like Aquaman,
Cool, man.
Ant-Man 3.
Oh, I
I
saw him. I talk
I'll
about that movie
say
all the goddamn
it
time. Yeah.
it's I think I like Ant-Man 3 a little bit more than this. Just because, you know. But yeah, not great. Glad I didn't pay money to see this in theaters and wasted my time seeing it in the theater. Let's see. Yeah, Brave is rough. Honestly, definitely worst of the four. Definitely not as bad as it could have been. I think Ant-Man is better. What did you think of the 3D? I didn't see it in 3D.
Did I
Yeah.
see it in 3D? I don't think so. I definitely had the opportunity to. I don't remember it being in 3D though, so I'm gonna guess that I did not.
But what movie I did see in 3D? Neja 2. I did not end up seeing the re-release of this, sadly. I just didn't have the money and didn't really have the time. But A24 film, A Neja 2. This movie made the most money in the
A24
entire
pickups.
world. Over $2 billion, Kev. This is still the highest grossing animated film of all time. Sequel to Neja 1, which is currently free on YouTube. Actually, I don't know if it's free on YouTube right now. But you got to keep saying the joke because the guy says it, the funny crabman. Neja 2, what an epic adventure story. This is honestly, it feels more like a direct part 2 of the first one. It's kind of hard to talk about this without talking about the first movie, but essentially there's like this super weapon that gets split into two, and then like two children are born under like the parts of this super weapon, and one of them gets cursed to be a demon and the other one's like the golden child, and then these two super weapons are destined to fight each other, and then they end up becoming friends actually, and then I think they both die. Yeah, they both die. Spoilers at the end of the first movie, and then this movie is about trying to resurrect both of them through a mishap. One of them, one of them gets fully resurrected. The other one's like in the process of it, but it's the moon. It's the nice guy. It's the I can't even remember the dude's name. Ao Bing is like the one that's more chill. Neja is like a little demon child. Ao Bing basically sacrifices his life that he just got back to save Neja, and basically Neja uses his body as like a container for Ao Bing's soul, and then they have to go do some tournament things so that they can win the tournament, so that they can get like this one up thing from this guy's magic room for winning the tournament, so they can bring Ao Bing back. A lot happens. Then there's this conspiracy. This kid's entire valley gets destroyed. The villain from the first one comes back and gets a little bit of depth. A lot of stuff happens in this movie. I loved it. This movie had a scope that I've rarely even seen from a lot of live action epics, honestly, especially recently. But for animation, this is like the biggest scope I've ever seen for an animated film, honestly. That was very long-winded. Karif, please, what did you think about Neja 2? You still like it?
Yeah, I think that this. I don't know. My opinion hasn't changed. I did not go watch the re-release either. It's really good, and then the bomb drops, and then it gets a little less good. But it's just like from a visual perspective and from a storytelling perspective, like 75 to 80% of the time, this movie is like incredible. Um, yeah, it's once again they're blowing us out of the water on this budget. In terms of scope, it's just insane. Like it's just insane to watch.
This is worth
Um,
seeing for like the animation alone.
Good luck in 26. Listen to a lot of your reviews. Keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you.
I always feel like I always have reservations about the way I talk about movies because I think I'm a pretentious jackass. I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon, but I'm glad to hear that at least some people like listening to me ramble, or maybe you're just there for Rob. Who knows? But yeah,
Or are you there for both of
Gareth, you're
us?
awesome.
And hey, listen, if you guys like the reviews we do on current films, we also do reviews on other stuff. If you want some really funny reviews, go check out the Twilight reviews. Go check out the Twilight stuff. Go check out the Brad Birdathon. Like, we do other things. The Strange Magic review is really good. Remember, Karif?
Yeah, I remember
Remember,
that. I've listened to that recently, actually.
remember when she did the funny finger walk up the guy's back and he was like, "Awooga"? Remember that?
And Neja 2 could never. You're right.
What?
Ninja 2 would never do something like that.
No, no, no. Hold up. My headset's having some issues because of my blanket here.
Oh,
I
okay.
was talking about Strange Magic. I was saying like the Strange
Yeah,
Magic.
no, Ninja 2 could never do the thing from
Oh
Strange
yeah,
Magic where the
yeah,
girl walks the back of the Bog King,
yeah,
you know?
yeah.
That yeah, as far as like fantasy epics go, we don't get stuff like this, even from other countries either. Like this is really big. Bigness can equate to goodness sometimes, especially when it's looks this good, is plotted relatively okay. Like it's
But it does
like
have
Kung Fu
dramatic
Panda on
weight.
steroids. Yeah,
Yeah, it does have the
it's
dramatic weight to back up like what's happening because there's a lot of crazy shit that happens. This kid's entire valley getting destroyed. Just the fight sequences, the interpersonal conflicts between
that goes
Neja
up.
and Aobing. YouTube
I
doesn't always.
do, yeah, yeah. I do generally dislike like last fight scenes that feel like they take forever and are in one place for a very long time. Read The Last Jedi. But this one is like this one is bolstered by the fact that
It
yeah, the
just
things
keeps
that are
leveling
happening in
up.
that one space insane. Yeah, it actually keeps raising the stakes of the drama, whereas a lot of movies sometimes just run out of steam. There are some points where I feel like it kind of repeats itself, but
Yeah,
it's
it does get long in the tooth, but it just keeps leveling up. It's just like, oh my god, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and you're like, how could this get any bigger? And then it does. Just
I'll check
wild.
it out definitely. My girlfriend was laughing at y'all.
Yeah.
I'll have you in the back on my speaker. We'll decide if we're going to see the movie you all talk about. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Neja 2, definitely. This is a full send recommend.
Yes, absolutely.
And the 3D was pretty good. There weren't a whole bunch of pop outs, but it was a spectacle to see this movie in 3D. Even if I did miss it the second time. But it does have an English dub now, at the very least, so you don't have to read subtitles. I think
That is true. The Miramaxification of A24 continues with their
Eric Bowles is in
acquisition
this.
of animated films. Uh I don't know how I feel about that because Miramax was run by a guy, but that's
Listen,
not
this is
really
not
the same thing I'm
Miramax,
talking
this is
about. Yeah.
A24.
Yeah.
Speaking so you do recommend Neja to full send.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of A24, Karif.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, we're not quite there yet. I do have to talk about a movie that I saw that Karif did not see. The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney
I
Tunes
saw
movie.
that.
Oh,
you
you did?
literally told me to see that. Yeah.
Oh, we didn't do a review.
We just didn't
on it.
review it together. Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed this. It was very nice to see traditional hand-drawn animation on the big screen again. This was a very funny, weird idea. I am glad the people bought it. I don't remember what studio ended up buying.
Catch Up Entertainment.
Yeah.
And they were in talks to actually also
They
release
did.
Coyote versus Acme again.
They are
Right.
going to release it. They already bought the
Yeah.
rights. And they did this movie as well. And I'm glad I saw it. This movie had a lot of really funny stuff. The animation is very comedic. There's a guy in here who's like drawn super realistically, and there's this moment where he turns around, and it's just like the most incredible animation you've ever seen. Surprisingly enough, they showed great restraint to not have Bugs Bunny show up a single once in this movie. He's not referenced, he's not mentioned. It's literally the Daffy and Porky show, and it works, the whole thing. But, what is it about? What the fuck is this about? We've got some of the animation. The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie, is about an alien that comes to Earth, and he is using gum to mind control people on Earth because he's here for a substance, or the resource. He calls it the resource. Do you guys know what the resource is? Actually, I don't even know if I want to say, because I do recommend checking this out. It is very funny, though, the resource.
It is funny. It's funny.
Let's see. The Hellboy Company. Have y'all seen The Crooked Man? I have not.
I did not know this was the Hellboy Company. I did look it up and have now learned that Catch Up Entertainment is the fucking Hellboy the Crooked Man company.
Dude, Wayne Knight cameos in this? Fucking sick, dude.
I have not seen it, but yeah. Oh, Hypnotic? Oh my god, I saw that. I can talk about that later.
Yeah, I really like it. I highly recommend, full send recommend The Day the Earth Blew Up. very good stuff. What did you think about Day the Earth Blew Up, Karif?
I think it's just okay. Like I don't know. I think that the animation is good. I'm glad that this isn't completely a dead like thing. I just think that the story is a little simple, and while the resource stuff, the stuff with the resource is, I don't know, a little out there, and I kind of get why Warner Brothers would have been skittish to like release this on a wide release. Uh, it's it's gross and creepy in that way that like I'm trying to think that like Spy Kids is gross and creepy,
It's
right?
not
In a
quite
way
that
that's
bad.
very approachable. Well, that's the thing is that it's like it's more approachable, right? Than like body horror or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that stuff kind of like icks me out a little bit. But I think that the Daffy and Porky relationship is fun. Um, and yeah, I just don't know. I get that it's a throwback to like alien flicks as well and like creature feature
Oh yeah,
flicks. Yeah,
B alien movies. Yeah.
yeah. And I can see why it doesn't feel like it really has a place, in modern times. But I can be appreciative of like the craft of the film. This might just not be a thing for me.
See, try to watch SpongeBob on Karif's recommendation, but the kids actually kept moving in the theater. Got a ticket voucher and left. Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine if you're going to like a chain movie theater that a screening of that movie would be really annoying because I went to an Alamo Draft House. That's where I saw the Minecraft movie, which is also why that movie experience for me was a lot chiller. Uh, yeah, maybe I should have put that as an aside. Like this is a children's film, and if you're gonna go see it, be aware that children will be in the theater.
I think it's also telling that the kids were so bored that they just could not sit still to watch the movie.
Yeah, I don't think
That too.
I think that the movie still would have looked better in 3D. Like I think that is probably what might have like been cool for me, but I didn't see it in 3D, and so I just kind of like said I think there's a bunch of things in here that could work.
But we'll
I
get to
apologize.
SpongeBob later. So you don't
Yeah,
you just semi recommend Looney Tunes then?
yeah, sure. I semi recommend. I think it's an okay watch. I would probably catch it like I don't know wherever you
Feels
can these days.
if
Yeah.
you're watching Cartoon Network and they end up airing it for whatever reason, it'd be worth sitting down to watch. Sit through the commercials. For sure. But it was nice to see it in theaters, and I am looking forward to Acme versus Coyote, so Karif can see the funny picture of Fred Armstead sitting in the. It's Fred Armstead, right? Who's the
Which
guy
one?
that's sitting with
No, that's Will Forte.
Will
That's
Forte? Will Forte
yeah,
sitting with Wile E. Coyote in a courtroom.
Coyote, and he looks so like stone faced. It's so funny to me. That image of him is so funny, and it just gets funnier because it's the only promotional image, and they keep showing that picture of Will Forte. It's so funny.
Uh, Speaking of A24 films, though, we got to bring it back to Film Bro territory. Not,
Uh,
not that I haven't been film broing over
sure.
2D animation just now, but Death of a Unicorn. This movie is very significant to me. We'll get into that. But what is Death of a
Oh,
Unicorn about?
yeah, I know.
So the dynamic duo, the classic pairing of Paul Rudd and Jenna Ortega. Everyone knows they're the classic Hollywood duo. They are going on a weekend retreat. I think the Paul Rudd's trying to cut some deal with these investors or whatever, and they end up coming across a unicorn. They hit a unicorn on accident. They think it's dead, but it's not. But the medical guys, the CEO, he has like this medical team or whatever, because it's all like pharmaceutical stuff. They discover that this unicorn, the parts of its body have like healing powers. And so they want to use that to exploit it to extend life and basically allow you to live forever. But this is a baby unicorn, and the mom and dad are not happy that their kid has not only been hit by a car and kidnapped, but is being experimented on and having its bits stolen. And so they have come back for revenge, and it kind of turns into a little bit of a slasher flick with the unicorns. And if that sounds cool to you, then you could probably check out this movie and have a good time. It's also a little bit of a dark comedy. Will Poulter is very funny in this film, and it's just a nice
Shout
movie.
outs to my boy Anthony
Yeah,
Carrigan. Holy shit.
it's a
Bald, he's the bald guy. I
it's
love that guy.
it's a nice movie. You can tell it's a fantasy movie because the billionaire CEO actually gets in his comeuppance for being bad. But uh, yeah, really love Death of a Unicorn. It's a nice, as my girlfriend would call it, modern or no magical realism movie. And I'll talk a little bit about that, a little bit of a personal note. But Paul Rudd, Jenna Ortega, that's like kind of the main well, like that was the main interest of like initially where it was like, wow, this is a weird pairing. Very random, but I think this could work. And I think it does. Because Jenna
I think
Ortega
it would,
plays
but yeah.
Paul Rudd's daughter, right? And they're a little estranged because the mom has passed away. I think she had like cancer or something. And so Jenna Ortega's kind of pulled back within herself, and her dad's kind of trying to connect with her, and it's not really working. And so there's that stuff going on. Sorry, Kara, what did you think about Death of a Unicorn?
No, good. It's good. It's good. It's a lot more of Jurassic Park than like a think piece, which is a little bit different from the reputation that A24 has garnered. Which is to be that it's all talky, slow burn bullshit movies. I think the last half of this movie is really good. I think the first half of this movie is really good. There's a lot of funny characters. The only thing that I think is like maybe an Achilles heel is that Paul Rudd is not funny in this movie, and he's not trying to be. But like, you hired Paul Rudd, and you don't want him to be funny in this movie? Like, strange. But everybody else is making up for it. It's maybe we've outgrown Paul Rudd's style of comedy a little bit.
Well,
Either
everyone
way,
else is like a cartoonish villain. They're like all acting like caricatures, right?
yeah, and Paul Rudd isn't, and that's just strange because it's Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
And yeah, full recommend once again. I don't know, Anthony Carrigan. I like to shout this guy out because he's funny and bold, and cool. And he played NoHo Hank in Barry, and Barry is one of my favorite television shows of the past like 15 years. Yeah.
I I do full send recommend Death to Unicorn as well. Just a very fun, interesting idea. It is based off of the old tapestries, Death of the Unicorn, but they flip it. They call it Death of a Unicorn here. Spoilers: no unicorns die in this movie, so title's a little bit clickbait. It's gonna have to take points off of that.
Yeah.
It's just good. It's just a good, solid movie. Will Poulter is very funny. I won't say he's carrying the movie, but a lot of his scenes do make you sit up and pay attention because he's always doing some wacky shit. It almost seems like, I don't know, like you feel like he's gonna be this well-meaning character that's just kind of dumb, but then he turns out to not really be that.
Yeah, I
And
know guys like that.
yeah,
I just know people like
but
this.
this movie is very important to me because this is kind of the first. This was like the not date that I went on with my current girlfriend. We went to go see this movie that when we were first starting to talk to each other,
I
and
remember Rob asking me like, "Hey,
uh,
you're a film bro. Like, do you know anything about this movie that this person wants to see with me?"
I don't
I
remember
remember
that.
that conversation.
But
Yeah.
I do remember really enjoying it, and it was a good night. It was a really good night. Yeah.
It is a good
Recommend.
easygoing movie, which is
Hmm.
not true about a lot of
Easygoing movie. Yep.
like art films. Yeah. It kind of goes down like a good whiskey,
This
It's
is a
got
cool
that
poster.
bite, but it's still smooth, right? Yeah.
This is a really
I
cool
saw Snow
poster.
White, by the way.
Oh
If you
shit! Wait, I
wanted
need to
to.
put that on here. Here I'll pull that up real quick. I have not seen Snow White. So
I would not recommend it.
Snow
Who
White
needs that
is
shit?
based off of the 19 I think it was 1939, I believe, animated feature Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs about a young woman whose name is Snow White. That's really what it says on her birth certificate. The queen of the land, evil queen, she is unhappy because the magic mirror on the wall says that Snow White is the fairest one of them all. And so the queen tells the huntsman to go and kill Snow White out in the woods, and then the huntsman can't bring himself to do it. So he sets Snow White free. She ends up coming across the dwarves. She takes these grody, crusty men and turns them into little gentlemen. And then at the end, I know that this movie has like some stuff about some rebellion or some dumb shit in it no one gives a fuck about. But I'm just talking about based on my experience of the original story, where the queen gives Snow White a poison apple, the dwarves come back to save her, the prince shows up, gives her a kiss, she lives.
The more I remember about this one, the more I'm just like, oh my god. Yeah,
Kara, tell me about the experience of watching Disney's Snow White 2025.
The other reason that I don't watch these kinds of films like anymore towards the back half of the year is because I don't have a movie pass anymore. I might sign up for Regal Unlimited just to be sure that I can watch all of this like stupid garbage. But yeah, no. So first of all, this is directed by Mark Webb. Such a sad fall from grace. Holy shit,
It
dude.
was those Spider-Man movies, bro.
I
Never
know, but
watched.
even the like everybody agrees that the Spider-Man like the banter between Gwen and Peter in those movies are like the the redeeming features, and that is like Mark Webb's like thing, right? He did he did 500 Days of Summer, like that movie's pretty good. That
Yeah.
movie's really funny. Yeah, there's nothing on display from him here. This just feels
Director for
like
hire.
7 million director for hire and then 7 million studio notes, right? I could see a version of this like working, but it needs to not like get caught up in 7 million things that, auxiliarily related to the quality of the movie itself. It's just like this back and forth is kind of the reason that like the Rise of Skywalker also sucks, right? Or like isn't good. Uh, and you just like they butcher a lot of the songs. I don't know if there were never supposed to be songs in this, but there's a song called Princess Problems in here that I remembered like as you were talking about the revolution. I was like, oh no, dude. Oh, it's like not even a like people have mangled the Snow White story and have it been like serviceable and or even good. I just don't think a Disney sponsored like version of one of those manglings is something that necessarily needs to exist, right? Um, yeah, it's like it feels so confused about what it wants, like that whole kingdom subplot to be. Like, does they want it to be bigger than just this one lady's vendetta with a pretty girl, right? And I can kind of understand why that is. I can kind of understand a lot of the things like reasons why they want to like change shit from the original, but like I feel like they never really like actually landed on any interesting takes about that. They just kind of decided to throw all these kind of half-hearted ideas of how to change Snow White into the same movie, right? Uh yeah, I remember a little of this movie, but it's as much of a mess as you've heard before.
Well, so this image, this infamous image right here of Snow White standing out in the
500 Days
field.
is really good, by the way.
Yeah.
3D, yeah.
Let's see. Apparently this movie underwent heavy reshoots to add the dwarves in because it seems like it wasn't originally supposed to have them. Um,
Well, like I think the idea is that the revolutionaries are the dwarves,
yeah,
right? Like
but then people didn't
there's
like that,
definitely
so then they
14
made
people in this
this,
movie. Yeah.
and Disney said, "Okay, you want the dwarves? We're gonna do it. We're gonna make them look like shit, though." And then they did it, and people like, "Wow, we don't want this," and then it bombed. And then for a brief moment, I had faith in humanity that they were gonna stop making these remakes, and then we're gonna get to that.
And then we're gonna get to
We're gonna
that.
get there, and then I die now. Yep. So there you
He
go.
dies now.
Uh,
He dies
He
now.
dies now. Let's see. There's a 3D version released overseas. Yeah, I feel bad for them. Let's see. I really didn't like the Amazing Spider-Man. Bad 3D, despite being shot in 3D. The humor didn't work for me at all. The action lizard battles or the film, probably because it was shot in 3D and they were still learning it. But he did the
I
best he
also
could.
think compared to I think that the second actually has the slightly better I can't remember which one has the masturbation joke, but whichever one that one is the worst is the worst one in terms of comedy. Uh,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't remember. I
You don't remember he like is like
No,
checking out his like Spider-Man
I know what you're
powers, and then he
talking
like
about when he
okay,
goes
yeah,
under the blink. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
remember. It's probably the first one,
I think
but
it's the second. I don't know.
uh, but from big time slappa to more big time slappa, guys. The biggest movie of the year, based on the biggest video game of all time, a Minecraft movie. This movie, starring Jack Black as Steven the miner, sees a group of people, a brother and sister duo who I guess recently lost their parents and have moved to a new town, a washed up has-been played by Jason Momoa, and a lady who runs a mobile zoo, all end up in the overworld, this Minecrafty overworld, and they have to get a special MacGuffin in order to get back to the real world because the MacGuffin they used to get there got destroyed. And there's also a plot by the Moblins in the Nether who want to use the special MacGuffin to cover the lands in darkness so that they can come to the surface and be on the surface of the overworld. And it's really bad. Kev, what you think about Minecraft?
We reviewed the because I do sometimes go back to that review as well. Um, we reviewed this right before all hell broke loose, right? Like we didn't
Oh,
know
before
how
Chicken
could we have
Jockey.
fucking known? Well, like we knew that, but we didn't know like
How
how
insane that shit was
crazy
gonna
this is
get,
gonna
yeah.
be. It's always weird for me to like listen back to that review and hear me say like, oh, maybe 10 years down the road, people will watch this as some sort of like, ironic spoon throwing masterpiece. Same vein as The Room, but with more mass appeal. I didn't expect that to happen fucking immediately. That's probably
It
the
burned
funniest
too.
thing that happened this year.
The brightest candles burn the fastest, Care. Oh,
I
also,
suppose.
oh, the fucking lady too. I can't remember her name. Who plays the lady that falls in love with the
With
guy?
what? Oh, Jennifer Coolidge, is that her name?
Jennifer Coolidge. Yeah, she falls in love with
Yeah.
the villager guy, and that's like the best the plot in the movie.
And that's still the funniest thing in the movie to anybody who like, actually thinks this movie is, actually looks at this movie. Um, but yeah, like I don't think it's an ironic masterpiece.
I
I
think
think even back then I was like saying it's there are jokes in here that are bad enough to wrap around to being funny, but it's not by any means the whole movie, right? But I mean, listen, if Gen Z sees this as their Xanadu or whatever, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that that is funny. I just fear the consequences of like a brain rot movie, like like taking off, right? Actually getting money because it's so bad.
I
Like this didn't happen with the Emoji Movie. The Emoji Movie was mostly
everyone
just
knew that
like
shit was
well-meaning parrot.
ass.
Everyone knew that shit was ass, but nobody was like enjoying it ironically or like going to hate watch the shit, right? Like
I think if it
they
came
were
out
going
now,
legitimately.
they might.
Yeah, but yeah,
I think this movie's
I
a lot
maybe.
better before it becomes about Minecraft. And you kind of just wish it
No.
was just stayed in the real world and was about these weirdo characters because no one really feels like they go through a meaningful change through the Minecraft land. Like the kid is creative and he gets bullied for it, but then it's like, well, all of his stuff just works. He makes a
Garrett
jetpack
has a
at the
pretty
beginning.
yeah.
Garrett
Garrett
has
has
a
a
little
pretty
bit.
bog
Yeah.
standard plot of like the
He,
rogue turned nice guy. He's basically Han Solo, right?
Yeah,
Like
he's like a washed up has been. He was really cool in the late 80s, but now he's fallen off. He's going to lose
yeah,
his video game store. And he basically uses this trip to the overworld in order to get a bunch of money, which comes at the cost of them getting home. And you think well, he does sacrifice himself, but he doesn't actually die, even though he should have been dead, but whatever. The ending of this movie was very lazy. This movie, for based on a game about creativity, felt very lazy and stock. Uh,
yeah. I think there would be even more ways to make it like an ironic masterpiece, as stated. Like if it were truly an ironic masterpiece, there are ways to make creatively like creative shitty jokes, right? There's definitely ways to do that, and I touched on it. And if they had gone more into like the absurdity of Minecraft versus the real world,
Yeah.
that would have also been just like that. That's just comedy, baby, right? Like,
There's like stuff in it that I could see, like, I don't know, like upon a reevaluation or rewatch. Like I have seen the work print for this movie, by the way. The second time I
yeah,
watched
I
it,
mean,
because I saw it in XD 3D the first time. Second time I watched it was the unfinished VFX work print, the entire movie. I still have it on my computer. Warner Brothers, please don't kill me. But not like you have the money to right now.
and yeah.
uh, but it's just like the stuff, the water bucket joke, which was in the trailer. That's actually funny because it's like a weird game mechanic that like completely goes against like all like sense of survival, like real survival. They just don't have enough of that, and it doesn't quite feel like an advertisement like the Super Mario Brothers movie does. It just doesn't feel like it. I don't know. It feels like Minecraft is just too much stuff. And I know that they say like this isn't supposed to be the Minecraft movie. There's a reason it's called a Minecraft movie, because it's just supposed to be like, oh, this is like a story, like an RP. But nobody's role playing this shit, dude. I'll tell you that. Oh, I also thought the joke where I think her name is Malgosha keeps trying to kill Jack Black at the end, and he just
Oh, that
keeps
shit's so funny.
he
I
just keeps
love that
knocking
joke.
the knife out of her. She keeps pulling all these knives out of somewhere, and he keeps knocking the knife out of her hand. It's that was funny. But like two jokes. There was a point in this movie where I legitimately almost walked out, which is when Steve starts singing the Lava Chicken song. And
Another thing that Rob didn't
mm,
and I didn't realize is going to be like the world's biggest fucking thing in the universe. So much that now it's in Minecraft, right? That's the one that they put on a disc.
oh, I'm not sure. Also, Jack Black out here collecting video game roles like they're fucking Infinity Stones. He's
Oh
been in
yeah,
so
I
many of
also
these
saw
video game movies.
Borderlands last year. My friend hated me for that one, or 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah. Jack Black has no shame. I think he feels bad because recently he revealed that he was actually approached first to play Syndrome in The Incredibles, and he said, I ain't doing that shit. And now he's like, I wish I'd done that shit.
Honestly, I'm glad that Jason Lee kind of has another role. Like he kind of is only known for My Name Is Earl and the fucking Alvin and the Chipmunks movies. Like
I
let
think
the
he,
guy let
yeah,
the guy have something, you know?
yeah. Uh, I don't really recommend Minecraft movie. If you can watch like the unfinished VFX work print, it might be interesting to watch just on like a filmmaking perspective. But outside of that, I would say just watch everything up to them going to the overworld, because that's just going to be more interesting than whatever happens next. Is the Minecraft movie an isekai? I don't know. Are you banned forever?
Yes, it is. I already told you this. I think I told you to put that on the list, right?
Minecraft movie an isekai?
Yeah. It's an American
Uh,
isekai.
um,
It's a kid in King Arthur's court.
Rob, thanks for clicking the pictures. It helps. Yeah. So do you recommend a Minecraft movie?
Uh it's such a complicated issue, you know? I'm not gonna I no comment. No comment is my answer on that one.
Yeah. All right, it's truly Jover. But we actually get to watch a good. I think this is my favorite MCU movie from this year. My favorite MCU movie in a while. I think maybe the best one in a while.
We're
Uh,
not gonna go over Sinners because we didn't talk about it
oh
before.
fuck, I forgot about Skinners. All right.
And these crazy explanations.
Yep.
The Vampire
Sinners,
Invader's
the
gonna need
epic Michael
medication.
B. Jordan movie starring Michael B. Jordan and Michael B. Jordan as two different guys. It's a zombie flick, but it's also about these two guys trying to make their way in a very, I don't know what year this is supposed to take place, but it's very uh very closely like right after the Civil War. Not like right after the Civil War, but it's pretty close to about that time. And they want to start this nightclub, and these vampires show up, and they have to deal with that. And this movie feels like two different movies, but it was very good. It was well shot. I did not end up seeing this in IMAX, but
I saw it in IMAX
was
with Electro, actually. Yeah.
I feel very stupid for not realizing that Michael B. Jordan played two different characters, but I think that's
Yeah.
just a
You
testament
know.
to how good he is of an actor. I am glad he escaped the Fan Stick hole. He definitely deserved it. He's a very good actor.
I
And
thought you were making a joke, Robert, when you started the like you were talking about MCU. Like, this is my favorite MCU movie. It's Sinners because it's directed by Ryan Coogler and has
oh,
Killmonger in it,
oh,
right?
like a
Uh
movie on screen. Yeah. No, I was talking about
oh yeah.
Thunderbolts. But yeah, Sinners, really good. Do recommend. I wish it didn't feel like two different movies, but it's still very, very good. It also feels like The Thing at a certain point, but that's
Yeah,
okay.
it's got like it, I like what it has to say about music and just think it might be a little bit too on the nose, but
It's trying to be
like
like a
I
modern
think that
folktale.
and I like that, right? And but it's I don't know. The problem with it being a folktale then is that kind of like dissonance in the most famous scene from the movie where like everybody's playing the music, right? And they're all having the greatest
Oh,
hoedown this
right.
side of
And it
the
and it
side of the
goes through
river, and they
time.
like
They time traveled.
yeah,
Yeah.
and there's like cool time travel elements like conceptually, but I'm not sure if like in execution it like fully. I don't know. It still feels like really weird. Um,
Well, they were
and like
saying if you
knowing the
play
future like is was kind of a little bit of a weird thing, right? Yeah.
well, the point was like if you can play the music really good, you can like kind of it's like echoes of the future or something. Like it'll
Mhm.
like, obviously it's talking about how like the how the music was influential to all these different genres later on.
But that maybe the genres in the future also like kind of had an influence on the past, like maybe that may like,
Oh, I don't know about
but
that.
or I don't know, like it's just like them having such a clear vision of the future is just a strange thing. Kind of goes for the after credit scene as well. Uh, that's like a mark of something strange on an overall like very solid package. I think as a vampire movie, this movie like succeeds, and I do generally like these genre movies that are aiming to take like a genre and say something very specific that's like not usually associated with this genre, but can but has elements that are still applicable, like the idea of you know music, um, culture, and kind of uh the kind of the homogenization slash like what actually matters about playing music, right?
Yeah, it's also a
Um,
little bit of a gangster flick in
yeah.
some areas as well. I
I
didn't
also really like the shootout at the end. That thing's
uh,
shot beautifully.
I did not see this in IMAX. I think it got a re-release. I ended up missing it in IMAX, but for sure, I could see myself seeing this again if it gets an IMAX re-release. Who
They
knows when
choose
that's
their
gonna
full
be?
screen like their full screen moments pretty judiciously, and I think that is good. I think that like the presentation of that movie is pretty good.
Go check out Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer.
Yeah,
That's my
it's pretty
response
good.
to that. But also go check out this movie. I want to make sure I. Where the fuck is Abraham Lincoln? Oh no, oh no, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Sorry. Best IMAX 2D presentation takes place in the 30s. Photos had me remember it. Good cinematography, very good. Ryan Coogler is not an idiot. He's a very good, talented filmmaker, and I'm glad that he got to make his
Yeah,
Blank Check movie. And I'm glad that that Blank Check
I'm really
movie
happy too, dude.
will lead to more Blank Check movies because this movie did extremely well.
This movie did it well. It did extremely well and was produced by Warner Brothers. So there's that.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Um,
mean other studios aren't going to notice.
that's true. That might be true. Yeah.
368 million. That's okay. Maybe that's not as much as I thought. But like, what's its budget?
It's pretty good for an original movie, is what people were saying. Like, it's really good for an original movie. And to be
90
fair,
to
there was
100
star power
million.
and
So it
Google are backing it
kind
up.
of made its money
And
back and then some. Really, as much as people were jerking this movie off, it only made 386 million. Okay.
the economy's in the tank, Robert.
Yeah, yeah, and then explain why Superman made a $1 dollars. Explain why
Get
Minecraft
it?
movie made $1 billion.
Well, it has to be like a full on event. I don't know, Rob.
Let's see.
It's
My
like,
country
you know,
lives in the
$300
river of my
million
soul.
dollars is still like what, 15 million people saw this movie,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Uh, well, I do recommend Sinners. Obviously, care if you do recommend Sinners.
yes, I do.
All right. Now let's get to the Thunderbolts. Uh,
Is
I
your
this was like the second date movie I saw with Sunflower. This was the movie where we made things official for real this time. But Thunderbolts, it is a an ensemble film about all the characters you know and love from the Disney Plus shows about the MCU. So I hope you watched those and you did all your homework like a good boy, so you can understand what's happening here. I am only jesting a little bit. Thunderbolts basically sees all these these characters that kind of seedy pasts. They're little. They got some problems. They got some issues. You got a Black Widow. You got Ghost from Ant-Man 2. You have Taskmaster. You got I think John Walker is the guy's name.
yeah.
Yeah. You have Bucky Barnes is here. Alexi, the Red Star is here. Yeah, Yelena, I talked about her. And I think there's one. I know we talked Bob too, but he's new to this movie. Yeah, that's them. Okay, so you have all these misfit characters that are kind of outcasts, and they're not really good guys, and they have a lot of baggage, and they end up getting trapped in this vault where the lady that brought them together, that found all these different threads, she's like the leader of the CIA or something. Her name is Valentina. She's basically trying to cover up all these fucky wucky she made, but the biggest fucky wucky is with this guy named Bob, who has this. I think he was born with superpowers or he was given superpowers, but he has this super dark side called the Void that can just well, one, he's super ultra strong. Even before he gets to the Void stuff, he's like Superman basically. He's basically just Superman. He can't shoot eye lasers and he can't like breathe ice, but he's super strong. He can fly, but he also has a dark side. He can be your angel or your devil, and the devil part of him just turns everything in the shadow and makes you live your worst like nightmares and your worst dreams and like your darkest, deepest, most horrible points in your life. It's a movie about mental health and like depression and feeling isolated, and it's really good. It spoke to a lot of people. It is shocking. It's not shocking at all, actually, to hear that as much as people love this movie and said like this is the best MCU movie in a while, at like up there with like Captain America, Brave New World, which I know or not Brave New World, the Winter Soldier, which I know a lot of people might say that's a little bit overselling it, but I
I
genuinely
haven't
love this
actually
movie.
seen that one. Yeah, surprisingly, I haven't actually seen a fair amount of like Phase 2 movies.
But I genuinely love the Thunderbolts a lot. I thought everyone brought their A game. There was a lot of scenes that were very emotional that they even now I still get choked up a little bit. Hearing Florence Pugh talk about how she just feels nothing and just comes home and to nothing, and it's just really good. Some of the cinematography here is really good. Uh, Structurally, it's a little strange because of the stuff with the vault takes up a lot of time. I learned later, Karif, apparently this entire movie was supposed to take place in the vault. Like once they get there, the rest of the movie was just supposed to be them breaking out. And then I guess they were like, oh, well, you need a big
Okay.
CGI. Even though the end isn't really like a big CGI set piece, it's more of like
Not in
a
terms of like a
yeah.
Marvel movie CGI set piece. Like it is, you just don't feel that way because it doesn't look like the big fighty fight scenes, right? Like when they're going through the maze of like places, right? That's pretty obviously like very CGI driven, right? But and even before that, god damn it. Like the joke about New York must be a really shit place to live. Uh in the MCU, right? Like no insurance company's ever gonna
Oh
trust
yeah, it's gonna be
New
like
York ever again.
California.
Yeah. Um like all those jokes or whatever. Like yeah, all that stuff's maybe a little bit overbearing for what the plot is doing, right? But I don't know if putting it just in the vault would have made it better, right? I think actually that kind of ruins some parts of the ending, right? But maybe it couldn't have been as like, world-endingly explosively depressing as the ending of this movie. It's
Also,
just like,
yeah, yeah. Sorry, this movie did bomb like really hard. Even though they did the marketing thing of, oh, it's actually called the New Avengers. That's what the asterisk was for. It didn't help. Even though this movie was really good, but like I said, the issue is that these are all one characters that people completely forgot about, and two, you have to watch like Disney Plus shows, and people didn't want to do that.
yeah, I hadn't watched the Disney Plus shows, and I think that this movie is really good still.
I think
But
you could still
yeah, it
watch this
definitely
without
does
the
have
Disney
that.
Plus shows. I
I
think
didn't
the
even
only
see
one,
Scarlett or what's her name? Scarlett Johansson is Black Widow. The Black Widow movie. I didn't see that either.
yeah,
So
the only show you'd have to watch is the Captain America, Captain Falcon,
Falcon and the Winter
Falcon and the
Soldier.
Winter Soldier, because that's where this guy is from. He's not like in any movies at all. Because if you didn't watch that, you'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? He's just some random guy. Like all these other
It's like I
characters from the
generally know, right?
movies.
That's the thing is that
Also,
like anybody
yeah,
saying that you have to see all of these, you don't. You just need to read a couple things, right? You can catch up on this by just like getting the
yeah.
gist of it from somebody else, and you'll be fine, right? Like
They do try to cover up and show like Rob Walker. Is Rob Walker really his name? I feel like that's
Rob Walker is
John
the
Walker.
other.
John Walker
Yeah,
is his name. Rob
Rob
Walker
Walker
is
is
Doug
Doug
Walker's brother.
Walker's brother.
John
Yeah.
Walker, like it shows that his life is kind of in shambles because of the stuff that happened in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Also, Taskmaster dies immediately. Spoilers.
Oh yeah,
The
that
MCU's
was.
quickly covering that up. That fuck up. Yeah, I love that.
Man, I still like this is the best case scenario for Phase 4 nostalgia, and it just isn't going to make any money because everybody like I'm one of those guys that started really being like interested in
Two
the MCU when they started fucking up,
two
right? Like a
hours of
lot.
nothing in a film. Did this man's story not speak to you when he was
Which one?
punched? Mr. Awesome 3D 848 said 2 hours of nothing in a film. 3D was the only semi-redeeming quality you heard. Did you see the movie or did you not see the
CGI
movie?
Fight Century with Century was cartoonish. That one was a little bit like
Someone
weird.
did
The
it,
one
give
that
it a
takes
test,
I
give it
assume you're
a
talking about the one that takes place in the tower. Uh
Yeah, like when he's like first like the golden child with Valentina.
yeah.
I really like the ending though. I liked it when he was punching himself and then he was turning into the void and then they hugged him and it was very sad. I like the stuff with Yelena talking
Yeah,
to
Rob,
the
would you
Red
call
Star.
that Steven Universe for the 15th, the
Yeah,
umpteenth
but it was good
time?
this time.
The- yeah, okay.
They didn't talk. They just hugged. It's different. Uh,
Okay.
who the fuck is this? Pedro Pascal. Why the fuck is he here? Oh, I guess the Fantastic Four post credit
They
scene.
get they're not even fucking shown in that one. What the fuck is going on with that post credit scene too? That was really
That was something.
you'd think that Fantastic Four would have been like about something completely different if that was going to be the thing that they were going to tease
I thought they were
the
gonna
Fantastic Four with.
lose, and that's why they were coming to Earth or
And
to
now
the sun.
apparently, yeah, I would have liked that honestly. It like Fantastic Four kind of felt like just so back to basics that we're not really like building up to anything, right? Like,
We saw it at a
um,
drive-in. Oh, it's pretty cool. Friends with AMC in 3D. I really love this. I I really love this movie a lot. I thought it was peak.
which one was it?
Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts. Yeah, yeah. Well, I saw Fantastic Four at drive-in,
Which
but we'll
we'll
get
be
to that.
talking about
Yeah, yeah.
pretty
Sorry.
soon here. So yeah, Carrie, is that all you have to say about
Yep,
Thunderbolts? Do
that's
you
that's it on
recommend
Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts?
Yep, Thunderbolts, good movie.
I recommend Thunderbolts. I think I would recommend this over the other two, but the other two MCU movies that came out this year. I almost,
I would recommend both Thunderbolts and the Fantastic Four.
but if you gotta
Fantastic
pick
Four maybe
one,
slightly. If I had to pick one, I don't have to, but if I had to, it'd probably be Thunderbolts. Yeah, but
I would put this up there with like Superman this year for me. Super
okay.
woke, am I
I
right,
don't.
Care? Got him.
Oh my god.
Anyway, yeah, I recommend Thunderbolts Asterix. Mission Impossible, the final nostalgia. I love the Mission
Oh,
Impossible films. I saw this in IMAX. I saw the other ones in IMAX. Uh, I gotta be honest with you, Kara. This kind of just ended on a whimper. Like, I guess they didn't want to
yeah.
like have a big to do and just wanted to kind of just like end it. But I think that the issue with this movie and the last one is that it was two different movies, and it felt like this movie did not have enough movie for one movie, or like it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it
This
feels
is
like these.
movie is a
I
series
think
that is. Yeah.
I think there could be a fan cut of the last movie or of the Dead Reckoning Part 1 and this one that is a better one movie than two movies that aren't as strong. What are these movies about? There's an AI that was like created to be like a super weapon. You guys
Mhm.
remember? Oh, no. All right.
And then in
No.
three, there was some
Yeah.
shit that
Okay.
happened. Okay,
So
yeah.
if you guys remember Mission Impossible 3, there was the rabbit's foot. And at the time, well, since J.J. Abrams directed it, he didn't tell anybody what the rabbit's foot was because, well, it wasn't important and it wasn't anything. People just assumed it was a super virus. Turns out it was a super virus. It was a super computer virus, but it later mutated into a super AI, which took over a submarine and now is taking over the entire world. And the super AI is taking over like the internet and taking over all the the nuclear missile silos. And so now Tom Cruise has to get the whole team together in order to find a way to stop this this super AI, which also has a bunch of like people that follow it as though it's a god. And the super AI is like, oh, I'm so integrated into your infrastructure that if you kill me, then it'll destroy the entire world. And so they have to find a way to take care of that. And this is the supposedly the last Mission Impossible film. We'll see about that. Uh, but this is the second part of them trying to capture this AI.
We get the
And
Benji miniseries,
oh,
Rob.
yep,
We get the Benji television show
yep,
on fucking Paramount
yep.
Plus. God.
Uh, what did you think about Mission Impossible? Do you remember the first one when the guy walks into the room? The Donahue guy walks into the room.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
remember that?
I do remember that. And apparently this movie also remembers that. They remembered it so hard that they got the guy who did that to be in this film. Uh, yeah, this is a series that's predicated on one-upping itself for the past like four movies, right? And this one
Yeah,
doesn't. That's where it is. It's kind of they fight on some planes,
they fly
but
now.
yeah, they do fly now. Uh,
I don't think it's bad.
yeah,
I think it was just underwhelming. And I think it's
yeah.
underwhelming because it
It's a
was too
step down
goddamn
from
long.
the. I just think that Fallout is still like the best one of these, and it's because it kind of took itself a little bit more seriously than the other ones. Like not entirely, right? It's
Dude,
still
I
got some
freaking love
pretty funny
Fallout.
moments.
Hold up, I
But
got
yeah,
it on my phone.
Fallout is so good because it has like more of a semblance of I don't know, like thriller elements to it.
Got it right here.
And it feels like they kind of retreated back into funny Mission Impossible mode with the first Reckoning, which I thought was fine. Like it's that is a thing that Mission Impossible is known for as well, but
Being
it's
a bit
just
comedic, yeah.
yeah, but and then the final Reckoning kind of overdoes it in some areas and then is kind of bland in other areas. It's just like, yeah, I mean, everybody peaks at some point, as I think I said in the review, and it just happened to be that Mission Impossible peaked with Fallout, and that's fine, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's okay. They kind of knew when to cut their losses, assuming that we don't get the Benji television show, right? Like,
Yeah, I love the Mission Impossible series. I probably hyped it up a little bit too much in my review. This movie's just okay. It's not bad. It is still not bad. It still has set pieces that are good. But honestly, I would look around or wait for like a fan edit that edits these two movies together and cuts out all the fat. Because there are legitimately scenes, especially in this movie, that you
they
could
kind
cut
of do,
out
yeah. They kind of
and
do
it would
Palm
change
Clementif
nothing.
dirty in the last movie. They kind of just don't do anything with that lady. I'm kind of sad about that.
Yeah.
She was kind of cool in Dead Reckoning.
I don't have too much to say about this one. I did see it in IMAX, so it's just fine.
I have some things to say about the other one. I don't know how much I have to say about the other one that came out this day. But you know what other movie came out this day, Robert?
What?
Lilo and Stitch,
Lilo
2025.
Lilo and Stitch. We're also getting another Lilo and Stitch live action. Thanks to this, they're doing the Tangled one now. They said they shelved that one,
Minus
and I
two,
guess they're still
incredible.
doing it. So thanks for that. Fuck you very much, everyone that saw this movie and gave it $1 billion. This is your fucking fault, and I will get your ass. But go ahead, tell me what you thought about Lilo and
Oh,
okay,
okay,
what is
yeah,
Lilo
sure.
and Stitch?
I made this happen. Yeah.
Based off of the 2002 movies, 2002, right?
Yeah.
About a rogue alien experiment that escapes to Earth and ends up making friends with a little Hawaiian girl who's, well, she's really going through it with her older sister right now, who's acting as her parent slash guardian because both their parents are dead, and the state is threatening to take Lilo away. And at the same time, her older sister, whose name is Nani, is struggling to hold down jobs because Lilo and now her new pet Stitch are kind of getting in the way of things. And then at the end, also they have these two aliens, Pleakley and Jumba, have been sent to go capture Stitch, and hilarity ensues. And it's really about family, and that's what makes it so powerful. No, but like
Oh,
actually though,
okay. So
actually
yeah,
though,
I
but
guess
this
that's
is
the
a
thing I have to talk
remake
about. Yeah.
to that movie, and Lord
Yeah.
knows what the fuck this one's about. Apparently it's like a video game or something. Jumba's evil. uh Dean Flesher Camp pulls his pants down and shows his butt to the audience. I don't know what's going on here. um
Man,
he did make the funny Marcel the Shell movie, which I did like a lot. But go
it's
ahead,
so
Kareth,
good,
and tell
dude.
me about how they ruined yet another Disney classic.
Yeah, I have some defense points, but the defense points aren't that like big. I think that a lot of the things that people are complaining about, mainly Ohana being turned into a found family trope, and why is this even a problem in the first place? Why does she need to leave Hawaii to be a marine biologist? Are things that are generally fine. I not great, but it's like trying to tell people that the soup they just ate was bad, but not the worst soup that they could have eaten, right? Like
Yeah, it could have had
it's
rat poison in it.
exactly right. Like I think that the execution of the found family trope in this movie is not particularly good, but could have been good. The problem is that like the original drills it into your head so much, right? Like Ohana means family, family means no one gets left behind, and they mean that as like these two are a unit. Like they are together and they hate each other, but that doesn't mean like that they actually hate each other, right? Like it's it's just a very unfortunate, terrible situation that they're in, that they're trying to both navigate to the best of their abilities, right? And this one is like, why don't we soften the blow of that by having this other lady come in and kind of be their neighbor? And I still kind of like the grandma character. I'm sorry. I like the quirky grandma character. Sue me, shoot me. Um, but I think it's still the way they could have done it is that they could have made it stronger that this is like a found family, like that this person like should be involved in these people's lives, but Nani's like very much no, and putting her foot down, right, and basically making her not part of that story, and just like trying to nudge Nani continuously, um, while Nani like completely denies her. The problem is that since they never do that, it feels like the grandmother is in much more of their lives already, and so their family unit is like generally pretty fine. Like, uh, I I also kind of like it too, or theoretically, because Stitch could be like this is his found family, right? He doesn't have one, but he finds one in Nani and Lilo, and so Nani and Lilo taking that kind of same opportunity to realize the same about themselves is like not a terrible idea inherently. Like this is the thing I have to talk about the movie, right? Like this now is the reception to it. I still feel like I'm just trying to defend this guy that I don't even really care that much about, like Dean Fleischer Camp, because he made a really good movie and then made a Disney live action remake. But like I think there's some things about this movie that are interesting, and yet at the same point, it's just like it's not really worth the watch. Like
You just
I
watch the
did want to
original.
defend it on that axis, though, right? Is something that I wanted to talk about having seen this movie. Um,
I will admit,
yeah.
I I watched the opening, everything up to him getting to Earth, and then I
Mm.
watched like the very end of like, oh, Jumba be evil, like in the
Oh yeah,
spaceship.
no, that shit
Uh,
sucks. Yeah.
Yo, the first of all, I want to say the editing of this movie is really fucking awful. It's like ADHD TikTok brain ass editing. Like there's so many
So
cuts.
the middle of the movie is actually not like that, but I will agree that they just try to like speed run through that first section, and it is
Which
a detriment to the film.
yeah,
Like,
that you're basically missing all the character or the build up with Stitch and why it's so important that they get him. Uh it legitimately feels like watching a video game cutscene for the Stitch Lilo and Stitch video game. You know how like they'll like kind of have like the opening to like the movie, but they'll make it cut it up very fast to like cut down on everything. That's what this felt like. It felt like just the most, we don't have the money for this. We're just gonna speed run straight to the stuff. Uh
it sucks because once
Famously
again, they gave
Jumba
so
and
much money
Pleakley
to a bunch of other people. Yeah.
Jumba and Pleakley can't actually like be human or like aliens dressed up as humans because that doesn't work in live action. It's just missing. I don't know. I like I said, I didn't see it. People can always use that argument. Well, you didn't watch it. You don't know. You only watched the first and last 5 minutes. They do reference like a bunch of the aliens from the TV show, the experiments from the TV show, which is cool, I guess. So maybe they cared a little bit, or maybe they're just trying to do brand synergy. I don't know. It, yeah, pretty bad. It feels like from what I heard, it feels like it just undermines everything that the original was about. The original was also, and maybe not as much as it could have been, but also kind of a little bit of a holding up a mirror or a lens to the tourism in Hawaii, I guess. I don't know how much of that is in here.
They like the other thing. Well, when Dean Fleischer Camp was asked, "Are we going to get Pleakley and Drag?" He said, "Believe me, I tried." Right, and I think that also applies to the tourism stuff. It feels like just like a tidbit, a smidge, isn't it? Right, but it feels like it got locked out. Right.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob Iger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that
Do you,
other, yeah, Myrtle was basically not even a real person. This thing, and Myrtle is important mostly because it shows like the difference between like the Hawaiian natives and kind of the Americans
they added
that
a
come in,
message about
right?
self-love uh like on Stitch's end. Yeah, I mean, I heard about the 3D being awful, Disney trying out AI 3D now. If you can get me a source on that, I'd like to see it.
I don't. Yeah, I didn't see this
Do
movie.
you
I don't. I think I did see it because Rob was not interested in seeing this movie.
No,
So,
not at all. My life is better for not having seen it. Uh do you recommend Lilo and Stitch 2025?
uh, yeah, not really, but I do think it's not as bad as people are saying it is. But that doesn't mean that like I can't in good faith say like
Do
go watch this.
you
Right.
do you recommend Lilo and Stitch 2020 or 2002?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good.
Obviously.
Speaking of live action remakes and me being a fucking biggest hypocrite
No.
of all time, How to Train Your Dragon, the live action remake of the 2010 motion picture How to Train Your Dragon. I do feel a little bit lied to. They said this was going to be a readaptation of the story, and it wasn't. It was just basically a shot for shot remake of the the animated movie. Uh, Everyone knows the story to this. Hiccup is an outcast on his island of Vikings. They're having to deal with the dragons that keep coming to steal all their food, and but Hiccup just is a big ass fuck up. He can't fight dragons. He can't kill dragons. But he ends up downing a Night Fury, and he ends up actually learning about dragons, which helps him become not a better dragon fighter, but it helps him deal with dragons a lot better. He becomes a small celebrity, or this big celebrity on the island that he lives on, and then Hiccup and Astrid end up finding out where all their food has been going, and then Hiccup's dad, who's played by Gerard Butler, who voiced his dad Stoic in the original movie, ends up going to the Dragon Island with the dragons, and there's a big battle. And yeah, it's just the first movie, but in live action. There are some lore changes that I'll talk about that I liked, and there are some things I didn't like. But I'll let Karif go ahead and tell me what he thought about DreamWorks How to Train Your Dragon.
I did forget this movie came out like multiple times during this year, and then I saw some people talking about it on year's end, and I was like, oh yeah, that did come out. I remember liking that enough, and I do like that enough. Um, I don't really know what else there is to say at this point. Like everything I said in the original review pretty much still is true, right?
Yeah.
That it is How to Train Your Dragon, and I like that about it. There are some things that are not as much How to Train Your Dragon, but those things are kind of not as bad, or kind of comes out in the wash a little bit. Yeah, I think that this movie is fine and good and better from a technical perspective than a lot of the remakes that we've been getting recently. And I just hope that this isn't DreamWorks' Cinderella, which is to say they
They'll
realize
peak
that this
and
makes a
then
bunch of
yeah,
money, and yeah, and then
and it'll
just
just
not
do
be able to do that
slappa.
ever again. Yeah.
I will say this isn't perfect. There are two pivotal. Well, the biggest issue I had is that you don't really feel the friendship between Hiccup and Toothless. It's not as well developed because it's missing two pivotal scenes that were in the original. That Dean
Yeah.
the Boy did talk about, like, oh, we took those scenes out. I was like, why, you idiot? One of them, yeah. Well, one of them was like, both of them, one being Hiccup and Toothless, end up getting like attached because this little metal ring that uh Hiccup has attached himself to Toothless so he doesn't fall off, gets stuck, and he has to sneak Toothless in the town in order to get it like unstuck to get his tools. And that's like a fun scene between Hiccup and Astrid, and it just like, I don't know. Well, there's tension there, obviously, because you don't want to get found out, but it's a bonding experience between the two. And the other massive scene that was very, very important that sets up several things is when Hiccup and Toothless are just hanging out in this little spit of land, this little rock, eating some fish. These other little dragons show up, and the scene does several things. One, it shows Toothless and Hiccup bonding further. They're just eating, hanging out. It's a good time. It's just chill. Two, it shows that the dragons aren't actually violent inherently, they're just hungry. And three, it shows that the dragons are not fireproof on the inside. And all of these things are important leading up to the climax. One, it shows that the dragons can be trusted. And two, it helps like Hiccup learns, oh, we can breathe fire in the big dragon at the end and blow him up. But because that scene is missing, it it damaged it it's almost enough for me to say, God damn it, you were so close. But the rest of this movie, and especially them fixing a lot of the lore inconsistencies, which they are doing the next two. That's pretty much been confirmed. They're definitely doing the next one because Cate Blanchett has already been cast to play Hela, I think her name is. Hiccup's mom. So it was nice to see them fix lore inconsistencies. I'm a weirdo nerd for these movies like that. And that also like kind of gives like, okay, there is a reason to remake these movies because they aren't perfect. They don't fully match up continuity wise. I think the second movie, the remake, does have the potential to be better than the original because Drago is a very undercooked villain and just kind of is nothing. If they can develop that villain while still keeping everything else intact and also like, making the lore a little bit more cohesive, I think we're looking at a remake that might actually be better than its original, but I don't want to say that too soon. We're supposed to be talking about this first one here. I had a good time. I was a little sad that the the friendship between Hiccup and Toothless wasn't as strong, but as far as live
Right. There
action
is also
remakes
the
go, it is one of the better ones I've seen. I will say that I think I like the Cinderella remake more than I like this one, but this is still really good.
So I remembered some things now that I'm looking at the cast list because I remember the cast being really good, right? And I really like the enthusiasm they're bringing, right? I love all the kind of like I don't know, fun shit they get to do. Gerard Butler seems like he's having fun. Like Nick Frost as Gobber again is like epic.
Actually,
Um,
okay, I was wrong. Nick Frost does not play Gobber in the original.
what the fuck? You lied to me.
I
Crazy.
know, I'm sorry. I thought he did. He did not. That was my
Nick
mistake.
Frost as Gobber is epic in this movie
Yeah,
though.
he is very well cast. Actually, I think this
Mason
movie is well cast in
Thames
general.
Mason Thames, once again, has a problem playing nerdy Hiccup, which I think is actually another integral part of the story that kind of gets like, covered up in this movie.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Uh, but once he turns into more mature Hiccup, I still do believe that he is perfect, right? I think that like his like standing up and like making the speech at the end is just like on par with the original. And then just like, seeing that part does really get, you know,
I think the
yeah.
movie's designed like the original. This translated to live action a lot better than the Disney stuff. The Disney stuff ends up looking really garish. Here, I think it works pretty well, especially the dragon designs. I will say Hiccup is or Toothless is a little bit too close to his original CG version. It just kind of looks like they plucked the CG Toothless from the original because all
Yeah.
the other dragons have like way more texture and like HD stuff. I think they all look very, very good and they're well animated. It never took me out of it. It never felt like these designs don't feel like they fit. This world did feel
Yeah, I feel like
cohesive.
environments are good. I feel like shooting on an island is still a great idea. just like getting some good location scouting. Great idea to have the money to film in a picturesque location. Um, No, yeah, there's more. There's something here. There's something to this thing. I do believe that there is something to this thing, and I would recommend watching it even if you've already watched the original, which is, I guess, high praise for one of these. Like, yeah,
I think it stands up with it. Yeah, I also think Universal knew there was a lot riding on this, and they were like, "Hey, you better not fuck this up." Whatever money you need, whatever resources you need, you can have it. We need that Disney remake money, especially after Lilo and Stitch made over $1 billion somehow, despite everyone saying it sucked. Uh, and this movie didn't make as
wonder if that's
much.
mostly foreign. Can you check the domestic versus international on Lilo and Stitch real quick? Because that would explain that often explains why bad movies do well. Like,
Let's see. Domestic 146 million opening, 423 million gross. Did not
okay,
make anywhere near that amount of money anywhere else. Not
okay
even in
then.
China. So this was on
Okay,
you,
well,
United. This was on us.
me. It was on
It
me
was on
personally, as
us. Yep.
Rob would like to say.
And I will kick
Shout
you.
outs to Materialists, which Rob has still not seen. I tried to get him for like 3 months straight to see that fucking movie. He just didn't want to. Also, shout outs to The Life of Chuck.
Well, all right.
Uh,
First of all, I do have Life of Chuck up here. I'll pull up Materialists. All
yeah,
right. Do you recommend? So you do recommend How to Train Your Dragon? I recommend the
yeah.
remake. For sure. I think it mostly stands up there with the original. It doesn't feel it. It feels like almost an extended version of the original, but like in a positive way, I guess. If
And
that makes any
Stoic
sense.
hits the dab.
He hits the dab.
Stoic
Still for
hits
the
the dab.
animation, but to this, yeah. As far as the 3D is concerned, I thought the IMAX 3D presentation for How to Train Your Dragon 2025 was pretty good. I still prefer the 3D more in the original, but that is an extraordinarily high bar to clear, so it's not really fair. Karif, what did you think about The Materialist? What is this movie about?
Okay, so Materialist is about Dakota Johnson, and she plays this wedding organizer, right? And In the middle of this, her life is kind of all, or her love life is kind of also in free fall, right? She doesn't really have anybody. The last person she was with was Chris Evans, and they had a falling out over money, essentially. And she ends up starting to go out and date this guy played by Pedro Pascal. Yeah, yeah, I know. Fucking never been in a movie
It's
before,
been minutes
but
since I've seen Pedro Pascal.
yeah. But he seems to have everything. He's got the charms, he's got the good looks, he's got the smarts and the smooth talking to back it up. And it's mostly about like her finding out and everybody realizing like what they want out of a relationship and the kind of like uh the kind of like social norms that have been pushed onto them, and also the mistakes you can make when trying to just like uh become a matchmaker, right? A wedding organizer, a person who is trying to systematically check, as the movie puts it, check boxes to try to find a compatible match, right? I really like this movie. I know it's first of all, for anybody that doesn't give a shit about kind of like the A24 scene, like you're gonna say like, what the fuck is this guy on? Why is he talking about this weird ass movie with Madam Web in it? And I get that, right? But if you're on the other side of this, you might also think that this movie is like a little bit of, I don't know, like twee, a little bit like, I don't know. Let me explain what's good about this movie. This movie has a lot of really good, like, mature conversations about the things that are going on in it. Like they're talking about how people are poor or rich, or how um you know they've had surgery versus they haven't had plastic surgery or whatever. It's and it all feels a lot like higher brow than the than the movie I'm describing, right? It kind of sounds at the beginning like Sex in the City, right? Sorry, can you still hear me? My
Yeah,
Discord's freaking out.
you're going
Okay,
glitchy mode, brother.
okay, one second.
Oh,
Is it just fixed? No. I think I'm gonna have to reboot Discord in a second.
I do plan on seeing this at some point. It's definitely on the list.
Pardon me, I'm just trying to get the
Is it an
Discord to
internet
fucking
issue
work again.
or?
I'm
Oh, he left. Yeah, we watched a lot of A24 movies this year. It's crazy. Because we'll get to Eddington. That's another A24. I don't know if Life of Chuck is A24. Doesn't look like it.
I just reset, but yeah, and I hope that should fix it.
All
Can
right,
you hear me?
sounds good.
All right. So they have a lot of really unique kind of it's a concept that feels kind of schmaltzy, right? Just like, the rich life, the highfalutin people, but it handles it with like a delicacy that you don't really see in a lot of rom-coms. And I would love to actually know what you think about this movie, Robert, because as somebody, who's been involved in a community that's been reading a rom-com for approximately like a decade and
He
a half
thinks
now.
it's funny.
Um, well, yes, that's true, but like I want to know what you think about the things that are said in this film. Like I want to know your take from like a rom-com master on what this is like doing
The
with the
rom-com
genre and
master. Yeah, sure. I mean, I did watch
and
I did watch a rom-com this year. I think She's Too High or something, or She's So High, or out of
something
She's Out
like
of My
that. Yeah.
League. It's the one with Jay
Oh
Baruchel in
yeah,
it.
yeah. And this is definitely trying to be like a maybe not a deconstruction, but like a delving deeper into into those kinds of themes, right? Into those kind of romantic tensions back and forth. But I think it's got some pretty interesting stuff to say. I I really do like this. I like the lady who made this. She's married to the guy who made Challengers, who, for those of you who don't know, is the guy who made the Potion Seller YouTube video. Still very funny that they are related. And that she wrote an entire movie about this guy, another movie, Past Lives, also amazing. Yeah, I think Materialist is like the kind of like genre interrogation movie that I like, right? One that like cares about its source material and understands it, understands its flaws, but wants to take a second look at it, like justify the romance, right? Not like break it down, not take a kneecap to it, right? But instead like find what is so true and why we like those stories, those romances, like who's aching for each other, right? And what does that look like, and can you find, or you know can you find someone compatible that also understands all of their own shortcomings, but maybe also isn't perfect. I don't know, it just has a lot to it, I feel like. And so yeah, I've been recommending this movie, but I don't even know if Rob will like it, right? But I want to know.
All right,
I
well,
want
we
to
will
know.
we'll put it
Yeah.
on the list this year. Maybe I'll watch it and we'll actually do a review. Just came out on Hulu. That's crazy for Lilo and Stitch. Just came out on Hulu. Started watching it. So it sounds like you do recommend Materialists.
I do. I really do.
All
It
right.
starts off really like you think it's going to be so stupid, and then it just like hits you where it hurts with how mature yet immature everybody is. It feels very real.
Well, from what sounds like to be a modern masterpiece to a
It's
modern
not a modern masterpiece,
a
but
modern shatter piece.
oh
Uh,
my god.
it's not that bad. Elio, the
Elio.
latest Pixar Disney joint. Elio sees a young boy under the name Elio, his name's Elio, who is dealing with the recent fallout of his parents' death. I don't even think they say how they die, but they die. And he's feeling very isolated, but he finds comfort in knowing that there is life out in space probably, and he becomes completely obsessed with like trying to contact aliens, and he gets his wish when he ends up being given the opportunity to join what is essentially space NATO or European Union or whatever you want to call it, the UN, space UN. And there's also an evil bad guy, or like there's this race of aliens that want to join, but they're kind of violent warmongers, and everyone's too scared of them. And it's up to Elio to become sort of a peacekeeper. And he ends up making friends with the evil bad guy. He's not like an evil bad guy, but like the guy that, what's his name? Grogar is the guy. Lord Grygon. Lord Grygon's son. He makes friends with Lord Grygon's son, Gordon. Gordon doesn't want to become like a he doesn't want to become a warmonger. He wants to. I don't remember
Battle
what he wants
worm.
to do.
Yeah, he doesn't
Yeah,
want to be battle ready worm.
yeah. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to get his suit of armor and be a battle worm. And so he ends up being friends with Elio, and then they go to Earth, and then he's gonna freeze, and then they have to do the exciting thing to get back into space, and it's it's got some interesting horror stuff in it, which I still want Pixar to make a horror film. I think that could be a lot of fun.
They
Uh,
could just do Let the Right One In again, or Leica could do that. But
yeah.
yeah.
Eventually Wildwood will come out at some point in the next century. Yeah. What did you think about Elio?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, truly. Rob, if you don't, if you want original animated movies, you should show up to them, or whatever they
Yeah,
said
remember
on social
that?
media.
Remember,
Yeah.
and it, like, and also this was something that Pixar was pushing in like some of their marketing, and
Yeah,
it's
that's what
like,
I was saying, right? Like,
guys,
is that
the movie
Pixar was
still
saying.
has to be good.
Yeah, like you got beat the fuck out by the Amazing Digital Circus this year. Like, it's not like you can't. I don't know, man.
To be
And I
fair, this movie was rewritten to hell and back.
yeah, they really wanted this to make and I could see that. Once again, I could see the positives and negatives of kind of like rewriting this movie, but it feels like there's just like too much of both of those in the finished product, and they kind of conflict with each
They
other.
do
Like,
conflict a lot. Things don't make a lot of
yeah, like the movie
sense.
wants to be, yeah, the movie wants to be, uh, like more gritty, more like weird, like creepier, right? And it's just
It
that is
doesn't
not what, yeah,
commit.
the final product
It's
has.
not
And
cosmic horror, even though it. I don't know.
yeah,
Well, for those of you who don't know, in the original version, it's actually showing the trailer for it now. I actually thought the original version looked a lot funnier, but uh, originally Elio was supposed to be gay, and then Bob Chapek was like, "You can't do that," and so they rewrote the entire movie, and there's like a lot of scenes in this movie that I was like, I don't really understand how Elio came to feel the way that he does. But if
uh,
you plug and play him being gay for his parents dying, those scenes make a lot more sense. Specifically, there's a scene kind of early on where Elio's like in his room and he's upset and he's like, oh, like he's kind of blaming himself for his parents' death or something. It just didn't. I I'd have to watch the scene again for me to be like, okay, this is why this feels weird. It just it just there are disconnects that connect more when you understand what it was originally supposed to be about, and I kind of wish they not kind of I wish they had just kept what it was supposed to be about. This movie isn't. It has a ton of references to sci-fi. I'll say that. Sometimes they beat you up over the head with it. Sometimes they don't. It's a movie
you know what
that
other animated property this got beat the fuck out by this year,
ooh,
Robert?
the bad
K-pop
guys.
Demon
Oh
Hunters, same day, same fucking day, apparently.
yeah, this
Yeah, this one's
movie
a one for the history book. Yeah,
this movie has moments and ideas that are strong. It's just bogged down by a movie that on the whole just doesn't really feel like much of anything. The animation's really good, and I
yeah,
thought the 3D in this movie was spectacular. There's an opening shot with the Voyager space probe that just absolutely blew my mind in 3D.
yeah.
That was
Voyager looks
almost worth
good.
price of admission, but and the
Water
animation's also
droplets,
good.
yeah,
Yeah.
the crashing wave, the Whitley Loose science stuff.
People
Yeah.
say this is Cal Arts face bean mouth stuff. It is a little bit.
Okay. Once
Uh,
again, this
uh
is just like I don't know what to say.
it is the most
Cal
not
Arts are written all over this. You
it
know,
it
like
yeah it just feels like I don't know the most we got to make a movie I guess it's still a cut above a lot of other animated films. Considering what we're gonna talk about later, because Bad Guys 2, even Dogman and Zootopia 2 truly has been the year of furry animated films. I gotta tell you, Karif, it's been a good year for me. Uh, as far as
okay.
animation's been concerned. Of course, I only go see movies that I generally know I'm going to like. Um, yeah, Elio was just okay. It was just okay. It had some strong stuff in it, and it makes me want to see a horror film made by Pixar because I know they can do it.
Some might say it was really okay. Yeah, shout outs to K-pop Demon Hunters, which neither of us have seen.
It
Yeah, I've heard that people really like it.
He flies now and he waves from such great heights.
Man, I'm not over that one
Yeah,
now. You reminded me,
yeah.
Robert. Why did you
They
remind
played the
me?
nostalgic song in the
God,
thing.
that song is so good too, and
Mm.
yet here we are, like using it for mid
Uh,
animation film.
I don't super recommend Elio. It's not a bad film. It just kind of exists. It's not the
Yep.
worst Pixar. It just exists. Uh, we're gonna go on the opposite end of the funny tonal spectrum. Eddington, which Karif insisted that I see, and I saw it, and then we didn't review it.
Yeah, dude. I
So
don't know. Was I supposed to expect what was gonna fucking happen in that movie to be as like life ruining as it was?
it
Like, I
was
don't know.
not life ruined. I mean, it was
It's
ruined.
not life
It
ruining,
ruined
but it is
Joaquin
like
Phoenix's life in the movie. He ended up becoming a quadriplegic or
it
whatever.
ruined
But
Pedro Pascal's life in the movie.
he did get slapped. Wait, no. He did the slapping. He was the slapper.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eddington. A movie, a period piece about the year 2020. That's where we're at now
Yep.
with culture. We have like sped up the regurgitation of culture. Is a small town.
That feels mean, but yes.
No, it's not that bad. I'm being an asshole.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
no, I
about a
know.
town called Eddington, believe it or not. It's out in the middle of goddamn nowhere. A24 film. About a sheriff who's a little conservative. He's more focused on the small town stuff versus a mayor who's more focused on the wider picture. This being the height of COVID, the sheriff doesn't want to wear a mask. Everyone's like, "Yeah, wear a mask." The sheriff thinks that he could just like ignore the outside world events, but unfortunately, the outside world events come knocking on his door, whether he wants to or not, and he has to face reality that you can't live your whole life with your head in the sand. You should take care of yourself. Should look out for yourself. Should look out for your community for sure. This movie isn't saying you shouldn't do that, but it's also saying that eventually the outside world will come knocking because our world is interconnected, and it comes knocking in more ways than one for old Joaquin Phoenix. What's his name
Yeah,
here?
his wife, I don't remember what
His
his
name
name
is
is,
Joe
but
Cross. Joaquin Phoenix plays a guy
yeah.
named Joe Cross, Pedro Pascal, Ted
His
Garcia.
wife kind of starts getting picked up by this cult. Yeah, his station starts getting ransacked by people mad about the George Floyd stuff, or that's what was his name, or
Yeah, George
different.
Floyd. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it's a fucking mess, and I think it accurately portrays this mess from the perspective of a small town. I think I don't know. It's probably going down as one of my favorite movies, despite me probably never wanting to see it again of this year. Right? I've got plenty of better ones from other years, but like it is so rough to just and it makes everybody feel so small in comparison to the thing that's happening. This movie starts out and you hate the fact that the director knows what a Magikarp is. um they're like one of the bigger things that's happening is that they're actually opening up a well, the movie actually has a different ending, but it comparable to a data center. Think of it like that, right?
Yeah, it's
Like
basically a
that.
data center for all intents and
Yeah.
purposes. Well, yeah,
Uh,
that's like the bookender. You know,
yeah, yeah.
the at the end of the
Uh,
day, the mega corporation still wins, even if we kill each other. You know.
yeah, especially when we kill each other is kind of
Yeah,
is kind of the message
the
here. And like
distraction.
it just yeah, you understand Joaquin Phoenix, which is or like not fully, right? He's still like fully in like jackass territory, but you
Yeah.
can chart his fall so well from where his intentions are. And I do think that that is like one of the best parts of the movie. Um is kind of making this guy who is just like completely lost in the sauce. Like you may not understand him, but you understand like
You understand the
the
thought
way he got
process.
here. Yeah. Um Pedro Pascal is a lot less in this movie than you'd expect, given that he's in a lot of the marketing. But I think he does pretty well. He really just gets to be like a foil slash like straight man to Joaquin Phoenix's like sheriff character. Um, but or and yeah, he's not in as much of it as you think so. The subplot with like the mayor's son, as well as like some other kids around town, right? Um, I think is pretty good as well. I don't know. You just feel like nobody knows what the fuck is going on, and I think from a small town perspective, that is pretty true. Like
That's the
maybe
point
nobody
of
didn't know.
everything,
Yeah,
right?
and therefore they were able. A lot of people were able to take advantage of that fact, and yeah, that's it is not it's it's not fun. It's one of those things that makes all this shit feel unsalvageable, right? Like it's not a movie that ends in a happy place. And
I mean, it's in a
I don't
happy
know.
place because the crazy guy got his comeuppance, but yeah,
Oh yeah, and the audience gets to see his well, he hangs dong. I'll tell
yeah,
that
you,
much,
you do
yeah.
get to see cock and ball. Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Thank you for
Yeah.
remembering it. I do
I
recommend.
like, yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I like Midsummer. If we're talking about Ari Aster, I like Midsummer. I don't like Hereditary, but I don't really have a great grasp on like the horror tropes. I think Midsummer is a great film. It's got Florence Pugh in it actually, but it's also pretty straightforward. Oh, it's also got Will Poulter. It's just like the most A24 fucking movie of all time. Actually, that's pretty true. But yeah, that movie has like a or its false niceness is very like shot or well shot, right? It's got all this like beautiful shit in the countryside, but it all looks really nice, even though it's evil, right? Even though it's fucked up and evil. Yeah, Eddington is a lot more just like knife to your throat. I do
It's
appreciate Ari Aster trying to have like a character that like even if he's completely wrong, is trying to like smooth things out, sort of. Um, and I do remember a lot of moments in the theater showing that I was at in Eddington where like people had very visceral reactions to what to what Joaquin Phoenix's character was doing, and kind of just that like, oh god, like that depression was setting in over the course of the movie. And I think it does really well. I don't know what to do with like the ending, but before the stuff at the end, I think that it's a little bit, tough to kind of like parse out. I want to ask Ari Aster what he meant by this a little bit. I tend to think that it's still like an okay point to be made that like corporations took advantage of a lot of like movements to position themselves, like all that, like all the Facebook shit, right? When people were saying like that, this is how movements start, like the social media companies, and then the social media is absolutely fucking backstab the shit out of them, like uh but all that stuff, I don't know, it's still a very strange point to be made, and I don't know what Ari Aster actually means, because he might be saying something else. I don't know, dude. But yeah, other than that, I think this is like a great movie. I think I would recommend it once, but it is like really depressing. I I had a meltdown,
yeah.
but
I mean,
yeah.
this definitely. I knew that this was gonna be a movie that hit Karif a lot harder than it hit me. Not that I'm saying I didn't feel anything about it. I was just like, yeah, this feels like a good sort of microcosm of everything that was happening at that time. All of just how people are acting, uh, everyone trying to act in their own best self interest. The whole time, Joaquin Phoenix's character, the sheriff, is just trying to. He's just kind of like, can you just get off my back about everything? Can you just get off? Can't we just be cool? Can we just like just go back to business as usual? Why do we got to do this shit?
Yeah, it's
He's not
attempting to
even
find
like
the
he's not
humanity in these
even
conflicts,
yeah,
and
he's
and
not
comes
even
out
like
saying that,
against like he's not like a bad guy. He's just not handling all this shit properly. Well, okay, he is a bad guy.
well, okay,
He ends
yeah,
up he ends up assassinating the mayor and his son, I think. Uh so
yeah.
that's not good, obviously. But up until that point, before he goes
Well,
absolutely
like you
gone.
can see the cracks within like
Yeah.
the character that he's built up, right? Of the person looking for like, the person looking for peace or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And what that actually means. Like he's digging harder and harder into like just the fact that he has no control over the situation. Like he murders a guy before that, right? And it's just like the resident homeless man who's just talking like, in his own mind about like the biblical aphorisms and just saying like, yeah, you don't know what you're doing or whatever. And then that's when Joaquin Phoenix completely loses it. But like, I don't know, you it is something that feels like an inevitability, but that you didn't ever want to happen, right? Like from this guy.
Yeah.
Like that's how I kind of see that moment in the film.
Yeah.
I
I
Yeah.
but I do recommend Eddington. Um
Yeah.
I do. It's a nice little look back in a very tough time in world history, honestly.
I
Though
think
it is
that
very
Ari
Americana.
Aster has threatened to make a sequel to this. I could
How?
see it. What do you mean how?
Like,
I
was
think
he
the
gonna?
movie
Is he gonna
like
be about
ends
the
on
year
an open-ended
2021?
cliffhanger. Yeah, maybe like
He's gonna
more
make
like
a movie about every
2023 or some
single year.
shit like
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
he's gonna start a new pandemic
2024.
to make Eddington too.
Well, it sounds like we're getting the fucking Aaron Sorkin social network too. So,
Uh,
why not? Why shouldn't we just, not have fucking fun for the rest of our goddamn lives?
he can make one
Sorry,
about,
that's a little mean. Yeah.
yeah. Well, speaking of having no fun, maybe the opposite of that. Jurassic World Rebirth, the movie that Karif lied about seeing. So
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't say it.
Jurassic World Rebirth. It is a distant sequel to the other Jurassic World movies, directed by world-renowned director of the hit motion picture, The Book of Henry. This movie sees all dinosaurs
No,
in
no,
the.
no, 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 no. Sorry, did you say based on the series that was directed by him? Because this one was not directed by him.
No, I know. I said this
Oh,
is a
okay, you
sequel
got
to
me.
the trilogy that was
Sorry, I
directed by the.
apologize. Yeah.
Uh, okay, so all the dinosaurs in the world have gone back to the equator because apparently it's too cold or like there's not enough oxygen for them to live everywhere else in the world. So they basically retconned everything that happened in the Jurassic World trilogy. So
Very
glad
cool.
glad we
They
gave
did that
them
again.
billions of dollars just for them to go back on it. Ha ha he he. I don't blame them though. Jurassic World Dominion and Fallen Kingdom sucked ass and they did nothing interesting with the idea. Might as well just go back to what works. And so basically, there are these mega dinosaurs, and there's this island where the Jurassic World team put all their rejected uh, mutated dinosaurs. So basically, they're going to an island with all these mutated dinos, and the big dinosaurs, the really big ones, have like this DNA that will allow this pharmaceutical company to create heart medicine that will extend the life. I think they said by 20 years. In the movie, they said it will extend the lives of people that have uh like heart problems by like 20 years. It's just going to be this insane miracle drug. And so the CEO gets this team together, and you got like the Scarlett Johansson, who's like the really good at the shoot, and you have the scientist man, and you have the guy that's the friend of the lady who's good at the shoot. He's kind of like some sort of mercenary as well, and everyone's got their own baggage, and they gotta go collect the 3 video game MacGuffins, and they kind of have some commentary about keeping things open source, but they don't do anything with it because you can't really step on anyone's toes, lest you upset
Imagine not
the
stepping on
people.
anyone's toes in the series that said a fucking billionaire put like everybody in his epic theme park at risk of fucking eating shit to a velociraptor, right? But
Yeah. And then that CEO was kind of like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But anyway, Jurassic World Rebirth. I enjoyed it as a classic adventure film, but I did not enjoy it as a Jurassic World movie. I sincerely believe I would have liked this more if it wasn't called Jurassic World, but it is. And in doing that, it feels more the same. But they also have this other random family they pick up that they're all like on some sailing trip. There's like this boyfriend that's, you think he's kind of a shithead, but he turns out to be a really good guy. It feels like 2 different movies because there's 2 different groups of people we're following, and like their goals are completely different. They're all trying to get to the same spot to escape the island, but like the character arcs and everything's completely, it's hard. It sounds like obvious, like, oh, well, of course it would be like that. But I kind of, thinking back on it, I really wish they just followed that family. The family was really interesting. Uh it was all right. It wasn't bad. I mean, the movie sold out like the first week. Like every screening in 3D 40X was sold out for this movie. The 3D was just okay, by the way. Nothing to write home
people love
about.
dinosaurs, dude. I
Yeah,
get it.
I think this was a solid film. I think this is better than the last. This is better than the last 2 Jurassic World movies. I don't even think it's close. I know that's not a high bar to get over, but I think it is a lot better. Not because it goes back to basics, but because it tells a pretty cohesive story that isn't full of what the fuck are you talking about, Colin. Uh,
Oh man, I know what the fuck Colin's talking about, and I still
yeah.
don't like those movies. Like,
If it
we
called
got to
Jurassic
see
World, I
his
call it Jurassic
version
Park
of
Rebirth. Oh, well, you see, they call it Jurassic World because that's the brand now. That's
that's
what
the
that's
money.
what's at
That's the movie that made $1 billion is Jurassic World,
that's what is
right?
at Universal Studios. I think it's called Jurassic World at Universal Studios, so they're calling it that because brand synergy. The other thing too, the reason why we got the live action How to Train Your Dragon movie this year was also because Epic Universe opened up. Karif
Mhm.
did point that out, and I think he's absolutely right, that this was definitely advertising for the park, which apparently is really good. I've heard very positive things about, especially the How to Train Your Dragon Land being very, very
Oh
good.
yeah, Burke. Yeah.
Yeah. This was good. This is a solid movie. I saw it twice and I enjoyed it. What?
No, you just said it was like not. I feel like you were a lot softer like on the film when it first released. Like you kind
I
of
am
didn't really
pretty
like it. Yeah.
I I was more frustrated that why couldn't this have just been a new adventure movie? And you told me,
Yeah.
well, Rob, if it wasn't called Jurassic World, would you have seen it? Probably still would have seen it anyway, because
Oh, I remember what I said. No, I remember what I said specifically.
yeah.
I said, "Do you remember the movie 65?"
Okay, that looked bad. That actually just looked bad.
It was bad, but yeah, like,
You remember when I said
people
the original movie
want
also
original
has to be
dinosaur
good?
movies, then they yeah, they don't go and see them. Well, now, uh, yeah,
Well, anyway, good job,
yeah.
Gareth Edwards, he's a very VFX driven director, which isn't to say he's not good at like doing character stuff. He just knows how to do VFX very well. When you're talking about Jurassic Park movies, which are known for their groundbreaking VFX, or at least they used to be, and the very first one, and then never really again. I think the VFX in this movie also look really good. It is kind of silly this whole thing happens because of a Snickers wrapper, but shit happens, I guess.
Eh,
An entire mega corporation, mega corporation brought to their knees by a candy wrapper. I don't know.
and Colin Trevorrow.
And then they die now. I think the 3D was just okay in this movie. It was fine. That's all I gotta say about the 3D in Jurassic World. I do soft I do soft recommend it as like an adventure movie. If you can like detach yourself from this being a Jurassic World movie, you probably have like a fun time. Uh yeah. Uh but now it's time for Karif to tell us about the life of Cuck. Tell us about the life of Cuck, Karif.
Oh, Life of Chuck is this movie about a guy named Chuck. The story is told backwards, and so like you get to see everybody. The world is literally ending in like mass apocalyptic sort of ways, and everywhere people are beginning to see these commercials call or that are saying like "Thanks, Chuck, for 40 great years" or whatever. And they're like, "Who the fuck is Chuck?" Right? And then the world ends, and then we get to figure out who Chuck is, but kind of in reverse. We get to see like the best part of his life, and then we get to see his childhood. Um, and yeah, over the course of the movie, you start to understand like what why this world means so much to Chuck. I kind of don't want to spoil anything, even though I was also kind of like tiptoeing around some things in the original review. I think this movie is very watchable. Once again, also very depressing. Um, this isn't much of a as much of a feel good movie as it is like a feels bad movie, which I guess makes sense. It's adapted directly from a Stephen King book, right? But it does have those kind of like life affirming and yet completely life ruining and somber moments to it. Um, it starts off being like the apocalypse stuff is really tough to swallow, right? When you're watching that first bit. And I saw this on a particularly rough week for myself. I think I saw this before I saw Eddington, but this steps unintentionally on a lot of landmines. Um, but I think that it honestly actually kind of works with what the movie is saying. Uh, yeah, the movie is much more about Chuck and why this world means so much to him and why he means so much to this world. right? And as we kind of back off the ledge and kind of slowly start to focus on Chuck, um, I think the movie gets a lot better. I think that the story about seeing the ghosts of the future in your past, um and trying your damnedest no matter what, and maybe even like failing sometimes to like get rid of the ghosts, is really powerful, important, and while still very melancholic, like a good thing to talk about. I yeah. This it's pretty good. Tom Hiddleston, great. Um Chiwetel Ejiofor is in this a little bit. He's pretty good. There's like a gym teacher later that I thought was really good acting as well. Yeah, that's all I kind of want to say about it because I would recommend it, and it does have some like pretty big like turns over the course of the movie. So yeah,
All right, excellent. Jacob Tremblay's in this. You know,
yeah,
he voiced Flounder in the live action Little Mermaid remake.
Henry's brother, baby.
Yep.
He was also in Doctor Sleep, and that's why this is made by Mike Flanagan, by the way, the guy who produced fucking what's that Chris Stuckman movie that I watched?
Shelby Oaks.
Yeah, he produced Shelby Oaks and also made freaking Haunting on Hill House and Doctor Sleep. Yeah, he's really good at Stephen King adaptations. I will continue to watch his Stephen King adaptations.
Well, from the life of Chuck to the life of Kal-El, Karif.
Yep.
Gotta
Yeah,
look up.
yep.
Look up because he flies now.
Oh my god.
It's
The
James
joke never
Gunn's DC's Warner Brothers Superman. The latest, not the latest, technically. Well, it's the first movie in the new DC universe, the rebooted James Gunn verse. It shows Superman caught in a little bit of a controversy, Karif. He has directly intervened with two countries that are at odds with each other. He kidnapped the leader of the aggressor country, held him up against a cactus, and said, "Hey, don't do that. It's going to be bad." And people were like, "Hey, Superman, you probably shouldn't be kidnapping leaders like that." Wait a minute. Oh. I guess this movie's a little bit more sadder in hindsight. Anyway, so at the same time, Lex Luthor has this super insane plan that eventually is supposed to give him the green light to just kill Superman because he's super jealous of Superman. You could say that's Lex Luthor's superpowers, being super jealous. And Superman also has to deal with the fact that his parents left him this message, but part of it's been garbled. Like the ending part has been garbled, and he doesn't know what it says. But it turns out that they said, "Superman, you are there to take over the world and fuck bitches." And
Yep.
Superman's like, "Oh, I don't even know who I am anymore because that's not at all what I thought that was going to be." And so he has a crisis of faith. It's also about kindness is punk rock, and also the it's not the Justice League. What do they call themselves? They don't really have a name. The Justice Gang, and it got Green Lantern, Mr. Terrific, and Hawk Girl, and there's a kaiju fight in it. It's just a lot of stuff going on. You also have stuff with Jimmy Olsen and his crazy ex-girlfriend, who's Lex's new girlfriend, and she's like a double agent or just a spy, and they're trying to expose Lex. Lois Lane's also working to expose Lex, and she's working with Mr. Terrific. It's a lot going on. It's kind of a slice of life movie almost, with the general arcing premise of Lex Luthor just wants to kill Superman because Lex is jealous. Go ahead, Karif. Tell me what you thought about Superman.
Yeah. It's okay. Like I've just talked about Eddington, and crazily, like they do not share the same DNA, but you can definitely like see how somebody who watched Eddington like first and then went into Superman, like may have had like a tough time like enjoying it, right? But like I still come out on the side of this movie is good, right? Like I don't know, it's still very very, you know, touchy. Like, you know, if you do have sensitivities about any of this stuff, James Gunn isn't gonna fucking hold back. And like the
He's
whole point
talking
of this
about
is
the
that it's important
monkeys.
not to
He's talking about the
not
monkeys,
even the
the
fucking
army of
monkeys. Not
monkeys
even the
talking about
monkeys, bro.
Superman on
Apparently the
Twitter.
monkeys thing is fucking true. So who even cares? Like that's just based on real life, apparently, which is
Yeah,
cool.
but
It's
it's
just like this
robots
the
instead of
simplicity of
monkeys.
how like you know how this gets solved about all the things that happen that seem like, you know, that they are more complex than they are, and then the answer is that like no, they're really not. Like is like of I don't know. It's an optimistic way to see things, and I do think that that optimism is not like misplaced. It's just like it's just sometimes kind of hard to be on board with, right? Like 100% of the time.
1A, 1A,
Listen, it's a
1A.
good, yeah, it it is fun. I am like happy because superhero comics don't often, you know, engage with this kind of, you know, with this kind of like modern day, like very upfront and center, like problems of the era shit, right? When they often used to, right? And it's like I can or like I do enjoy this as kind of just like a recontextualization of like what would a Superman movie have to look like, you know, today to feel relevant and not from the fucking 50s, right? But it's also just like yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's just kind of
This movie manages
easy
to
to be
do
depressed by things. Yeah.
this movie manages to do what Batman v Superman was trying to do, which is to set up a lot of this universe, but like does it in an entertaining and fun way that doesn't feel like it's just lazy. It feels very inspired, and it's very good. I I guess the only knock I could kind of throw against it is that it kind of way overuses the original Superman theme. I wish they would have done a little bit more. It doesn't detract from the movie for me. I'm sure Kaifi would have a, you know,
What was the other movie that did that recently? Oh, I think Avatar actually also has this problem.
a little bit, yeah.
Um, yeah.
But I thought this movie visually is very good. I thought the writing was good. The VFX very good. It it just felt like the right movie at the right time, man. It was nice to see
Yeah.
something that was very altruistic, with a character that was he saved the fucking squirrel, man. They almost cut that out of the movie, and James Gunn was like, "No, we got to have the squirrel in there," and I'm glad that they did. Uh,
Yeah.
it just makes you feel good to see it. It just makes you feel good, and we love feeling good. And if James Gunn does have his James Gunn isms in here, if you don't like James Gunn isms, you're probably gonna get annoyed at some stuff in this movie. Doesn't bother me too much, but I I could
I think my
feel
favorite James Gunnism is the fact that Jimmy Olsen is like sleeping with a woman that he fucking hates because she's too like ditzy in her mind or like in his mind,
I
right? Like
yeah, the James Gunn isms are fine, but I feel like if like it happens too much, I could see people starting to get a little bit annoyed and being like, this is just played out. People already complain a little
yeah,
bit about
and
this
it's like
movie, about like, oh,
James Gunn,
stuff he did
yeah.
in other movies, but it's not too bad. Nicholas Holt does a really good job
Yeah.
standing in this one room
I
for
do
most
think
of
its
the movie.
ensemble piece-ness like makes it I don't know. I would like I still would like a focused Superman movie at some point, but it doesn't have to be this one, right? Like
Yeah.
this is the first one of these to actually feel like it like does like five different stories, all with different characters that feel like they could be like, you know, part of their own special like little movie or TV series or whatever, like well, right? Like
This is, yeah, it's a very well
it's
made
not
movie.
yeah, it doesn't feel messy, which it definitely could have. Like
It feels
There
balanced.
is
It's
so much.
very balanced,
Honestly,
and
it
everything
sounds
has
like they,
purpose.
yeah, it sounds like they were struggling to do that in the editing room, right? Like, if you know the story of like this movie was like
It was supposed to have title
an editing
cards.
nightmare. Yeah, those have title cards. It's got like 7 things. They had to re-edit it like 5 times. Yeah,
But I mean, it paid off. It made
it fucking
630
did.
something million dollars. Not as much as I thought it was going to. I really thought this thing was hit a billion. I saw it twice, both times in IMAX 3D. I thought the 3D in this movie was very good. Sunflower also very much enjoyed the 3D in this film. There is a joke in the post-credit scene that is a lot funnier, or actually just makes more sense if you see this movie in 3D. Yeah, I mean, if this gets a 3D Blu-ray release, absolutely day one buy. And for me personally, this is a full send recommend.
I imagine that Supergirl will also be pretty good.
Which I'm also looking forward to.
Yeah, I don't know. I have still some like things about just like, that's another James Gunnism is Supergirl is drunk now. How crazy is that? Like in this movie, and I'm sure it'll get more like,
It's probably a reason for it.
yeah. But in this one, it felt like a James Gunnism a little
I was
bit.
like, ooh. But I don't know anything about Supergirl, so maybe that's just kind of her character. It's hard to say. I guess you could underplay or overplay things, like, sure. Yeah, so you recommend Superman 2025?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, good stuff. Good time. Thank you, James Gunn, for the first good Superman movie since 1970, whenever the other one came out.
Crazily, I still like Man of Steel. I don't think it's a great movie, but I will watch it sometimes.
Yeah, it's all right. Man of Steel is all right. It's a very different kind of Superman. It is pulling from the comics. James Gunn is not directing Supergirl, by the way.
I know that. Very well, yeah.
But this movie was super controversial, though. Insanely, for some reason. I don't know.
I know why.
It's manufactured controversy because we have to do it. But who's directing this one? Craig.
Everybody is monkeys. Rob. At the end of the day,
I like
everybody's
this movie.
monkeys.
I like Finest Hours. I Tanya didn't see it. Lars and the Real Girl. Fright
Lars
Night.
and the Real Girl. He's literally me, but like actually he's literally me because he has a blow up doll.
What?
Yeah, no, Lars and the Real Girl was about Ryan Gosling falls in love with a fucking blow up doll.
Yeah, but you just said you had a blow up doll.
No, he's literally me. But he's literally me because he has trouble with women, Rob. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like actually I have a blow up doll.
You said specifically.
I'm using the phrase "he's literally me" in the pop cultural context.
Yeah,
He's literally me,
yeah,
which is
no,
to say
but
not really.
But you said he's literally me, but actually literally me, which means that it is actually literally actually you.
Okay.
And then you follow that up with he has a blow up doll. If you have one,
he's literally figuratively me.
Yeah.
I'm saying that
it's been a few too many movies since we last talked about Pedro Pascal Care.
Yeah.
I think it's very important we talk about Marvel's first family and Pedro the Woman Toucher Pascal. No, I'm just fucking with you.
What the fuck did you just say?
I'm not gonna get into that. Fantastic Four. A lot writing on this film. I still think the 2005 Fantastic Four is a pretty good time. Can't say as much about the sequel or the one that came out in 20.
Kara could have owned that joke and it would have been funny. Sorry, Electro. Sorry, the blow up doll.
Yeah, it would have made that guy's girlfriend laugh if you had just gone with it. But
sorry, I apologize.
What's happening in this new Fantastic Four First Steps? This is a completely different universe. We're still doing the multiverse here. You have Mr. Fantastic, got Johnny Storm, Ben Grimm, the Invisible Woman. I need to look up the Reed Richards and Sue Storm. See, Sue Storm is pregnant with Reed Richards' child, and they end up, or this happy time is interrupted by a herald of the end of the world. By the way, I have to also say that this movie has like big retro futuristic 60s vibes. Also, everyone in the world knows the Fantastic Four. They're like the only superheroes in this universe, and everyone loves them, and they're the greatest people in the whole world, and everybody thinks they're the greatest guys. But a Silver Surfer shows up. The Silver Surfer shows up. She says, "Hey, nothing personal, but you guys are gonna get eaten. Bye." It's gonna be like 6 months. Everyone's like, "Oh my god!" And then the Fantastic Four are like, "Oh, we're gonna go talk to the guy that wants to eat Earth and ask him to not do that." And so they do that, and then the guy Galactus, he's like, "Oh, yeah, I mean, I could probably not eat the Earth if you give me your son, who could satiate my hunger for all eternity." And the Fantastic Four are like, "Well, we're not going to do that, you fucking idiot." And then the whole planet's like, "Dude, what the fuck, man? What about all my babies? How come your baby gets to live, but my baby gets to die? Even though your baby's also going to die because the guy's going to eat the Earth." And then the Fantastic Four are like, "Oh, what if we take the planet and push it somewhere else?" And then everyone in the whole world comes together to build teleporters, and then they all agree to save
That's how
energy.
you know it's a different universe. Yep.
Then they're like, "Okay, everyone has to stop using energy so we can save up enough energy." And then they're turning on the teleporters, and then the Silver Surfer destroys the teleporters. And also at the same time, Johnny Storm is he's like, "Hey, I learned the Silver Surfer's language." And then he talks to her and he says, "Hey, what the fuck, dude? Well, why are you being such a bitch?" And then she's like, "Oh man, I feel bad about trying to kill everybody now." And then the Fantastic Four are like, "Well, I guess we can't move the Earth. Also, Galactus is here. Let's put a very obvious trap that he'll definitely fall for, and then just like teleport Galactus somewhere else. He'll never find us then." And then they do that, and then the baby's born, and then Sue Storm dies, but then she comes back. She's alive. Somehow Sue Storm has returned. And then in the end credit scene, Robert Downey Jr. is allowing a baby to touch his face for some reason, which is a thing normal people do. Karif, what did you think about the Fantastic Four: The First Steps in Drive-In?
Oh yeah, in Drive-In. I saw this in Drive-In movie theater with Electro Llama. Wow. Yeah. So the movie's all right. It's a Marvel movie, and I think that it is actually kind of on the marketing for making it look like it was not going to be a Marvel movie, right? Like they were
marketing
pushing
was
so hard about
obnoxious.
how was obnoxious about how it wasn't going to be a Marvel movie, and then it was, but it was like an okay one, right?
It
There's
was a
like
better Marvel movie than what we've been getting, but still not the best one this year, in my opinion.
yeah, sure. It is. It's yeah, I don't know. It's good. I don't really. I'm waffling because I feel like anything else that I have to say about it's just kind of like self evident. It's got all the Marvel stuff. It's got a little bit of the quips problem. It's got a little bit of like maybe a bit too streamlined, a bit too like polished around the edges. All of these like it doesn't feel substantially different from like a plot and like thematic and like storytelling like line to separate itself from the rest of the MCU if this is like a different universe. And I feel like that's what they needed to do.
This movie
really
felt like a Saturday morning cartoon, but in a good way. That makes
and
sense.
yeah, I like that. I think going back to basics is a good thing. It's just not the best thing they could be doing. Oh, it's Mole Man. I forgot about
Yeah.
Mole Man.
Yeah,
That
from The
guy acted in
Incredibles.
a couple of things these days. Yeah, this year. I like the rocket ship. I think the rocket ship's really cool.
Yeah.
I feel like the Galactus stuff is, or like at least the Galactus when it comes to like the things that he actually does in the movie, which is just like say, "I want your son, and I'm coming for your son," and uh,
Then he
then he
shows
goes
up.
and comes, yeah, then he shows up for his son. Like Galactus doesn't really get a lot to do in this movie, and now that we know that like Galactus isn't really gonna be like a big bad guy or anything like that, At least not for the foreseeable future. Like it feels like a wasted opportunity. Uh,
Yeah,
but yeah, like
it
the
feels it very. I think this movie's issues that it feels very inconsequential.
yeah, and like I don't know, Thunderbolts wasn't necessarily consequential,
Yeah,
right?
but
But
it
like
made me feel things, and this movie
yeah, but
made
it
me
was
feel
had a
nothing.
bit of a more personal touch, right? This one should have that. It's got the family aspects, right? But it just feels maybe a little bit too simple for like it's a
It
really
definitely
hits
built
you where it
its.
hurts or whatever. Yeah.
They definitely made it seem like, oh, this is gonna be artsy, like we're gonna like really make, and the family dynamics are fine. Like I'm not saying that shit doesn't work. I don't know. This movie kind of makes Reed Richards look like the world's biggest dumbass because all of his ideas are cartoon ideas that don't work.
Yeah, that don't work is the big like thing there. We would like if one of his ideas worked.
And none of them do. He just fails the whole
Yeah.
movie.
That's the thing. Maybe if we'd been shown in the lead up to this, like a little bit more of him building the first rocket or like being like super smart or something,
Like he
right? Or building
builds
Herbie.
things, but his plan
Yeah.
is just his plan is like, we'll just teleport the planet. Nothing bad could happen if we teleport the planet away, even though it's in the exact right spot to harbor life. Uh oh, it didn't work. Well, we will
And if it
like
was gonna be
put a
more cartoony, I would want more cartoonishness. This still feels like the
it's
Marvel
still,
style of
yeah.
cartoonishness, where the cartoonishness is kind of pounded out of it a little bit, right?
It's not
Uh,
stylized enough. Like it's stylized,
yeah,
but it doesn't go far enough. It
yeah.
feels very, and when in doing that, it feels very surface level and performative rather than like
It's a
they did
Marvel.
it
Well,
only so it
yeah,
would look different and like people would be interested because it looked different rather than like
yeah,
actually
because the
using that to its
underlying
advantage.
yeah, the underlying like thing that this is painting the 60s pastiche over is still a Marvel movie, right? A I'm trying to think of like a Marvel movie that this is super comparable to.
Like this thing,
Um
it's still visually funny. I like that the jumbotron in Times Square is just a giant '60s television.
Thor. The first Thor is how I describe the look of this movie, I think. Like or compare comparable to, you
Yeah,
know, but
where it's
with
like trying to
yeah.
be the first Thor was trying to be a Shakespearean epic.
But yeah,
Yeah,
but a Marvel movie, right?
yeah.
Like
But that felt genuine, and this kind of felt a little bit like we're trying a little too hard. This felt like trying too hard a little bit. You can feel the desperation of like, please think we're cool again, and it didn't really pay off all that well. Let's see how much money this ended up making actually for Steps. I think this was their. I don't think this was actually more successful than 521 million. Yeah, I think this made less than Captain America actually.
oh, uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh,
Yeah, I
indeed.
mean the magic juice is not this isn't still there. I don't know.
Well,
I
apparently people are just saying like general audiences have just abandoned the MCU and now it's just like the mega fans. Oh no, the Fantastic Four made more than Captain America, but like
not
not by a lot.
substantially, yeah.
We're talking about 415 million
So
from Captain
100K, yeah.
America to 521 million. So it's
100 mil, yeah.
yeah, which is
Ooh.
for the amount of marketing they put into this movie and like how much hype, that is not what they were wanting. I like I said, even with like Thunderbolts, even these movies can like end up being really good and like actually really good. Like in the case of Thunderbolts, are like actually like pretty good and kind of new and interesting, and people just like we don't care anymore. Uh, that why do you think they brought back Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans for Doomsday? This is
Yeah,
the
those
reason.
Doomsday trailers are really something else. I think well, I really liked the Wakanda meets the Fantastic Four trailer,
That's a funny
but
idea.
I mean
Yeah.
I like come on, that's so funny. But that's the kind of shit they should already be doing like all the time now, right? Like they are not drawing from the well of funny ideas like nearly enough. They want to keep some semblance of like legitimacy and like, you know, cohesiveness. And I get that. It's what makes these movies like, you know, a sustainable watch, but that's not what people are looking for anymore, right? Like from Blockbuster, I think. Is
Yeah.
not sustainability. They want something fucking crazy out there. All the shit in Superman that's crazy and out there, right? Like,
Yeah, that's what they should have tried. Not like be like Superman, but it should have had the more out there stuff. It should have gone like deeper into that. Go more into the Mole Man stuff. Go into that weird shit. Like you get
or
glimpses of
even
weird
like,
shit that they
yeah,
deal with, but you never really get to see them deal with it. And then when they do, like when the thing they actually deal with is like, oh, it's kind of like we're in a rock and a hard place,
yeah,
which
or
is
even just like
interesting.
develop Galactus more, right? Like,
Yeah, Galactus is
make
just
his
a big
world
hungry guy.
weariness, like, yeah,
He's got the munchies. That's his character.
sounds like he should lay off the weed. All right.
Oh, yeah. They're gonna get Seth Rogen to be another
Galactus too.
Galactus. Yeah, Galactus too. Hey man, did you see that weed planet I ate? Yeah. Do you recommend Fan Four Stick? The Four Stick
Yeah,
Steps.
I like, yeah, soft
Galactus is
recommend.
just like me
Uh,
for real. Yeah, he's literally me. Yeah, I also soft recommend this. It's one of the better MCU films.
since this is the last MCU film we're gonna talk about, I want to go on a little Doomsday tangent.
Yeah, go ahead.
God, do I hope they do just a bunch of like Shang-Chi and like Eternals and like Quantum Mania like references, and like I just want them to, you did all this like weird experimentation, right? And it didn't pan out. But I want Doomsday to kind of show what I like about this era, which is that like they were trying and failing so hard. Like I want them to both build upon that and pay fan service to things that they did that I think are worth like paying fan service to, right? Um I want all this kind of like detritus. Everybody in the Phase 4 is a glove shitter, you know? Like I really hope they go for a lot more of that. And I know that now, having seen the trailers, that's not what we're getting, right?
We're just gonna get like member berries
The
for the
the
first
original,
Avengers. Yeah,
yeah,
except
the original cast is back.
Scarlett Johansson won't be there, but they
Yeah.
got Florence Pugh now, so I don't know. I sincerely hope that Doomsday is the biggest clusterfuck of all time. It will make it worth it.
Because it's awesome. Like if it's a clusterfuck for like everything, like if it's an epic built out of just like janky puzzle pieces, like
Which it
that's the
sounds
dream
like
right there.
I've heard that that's kind of what it is.
I don't want it to be janky in terms of like storytelling. I want it to be janky in terms of the references, the characters it's pulling from, right?
No, that
I don't
movie's
know.
boned.
Yeah,
They're
I'd like it to
they're
be funny
grasping.
boned at least. I want it to be,
That movie
I want the
comes out
audience
this.
to say chicken to like invent chicken jockeys
Yeah,
out of like,
for
remember when Ben met the fucking Wakandans? Like,
I mean, if the Fantastic Four were gonna meet anyone that would even be close on their level, it'd probably be the Wakandans, because everyone else is just gonna
yeah.
look at Reed Richards like he's fucking stupid, which he is. So I think the Wakandans are gonna look at
But
him like
like,
that. They're gonna
yeah,
be like,
Reed
"You wanted to
Richards
do
tried
what?
to
You wanted
Reed
to
Richards tries
teleport the
to
planet? Are you fucking
give some
stupid?"
plans to other people and they're stupid. Like if Reed Richards continues to make stupid plans in the face of like a bunch of people from a different universe, like that'll be funny, right?
Yeah.
Like
I can imagine, yeah, he comes with a dumbass plan to fight Doom, and the Wakandans look at him like, all right, dude, just
remember when Harry Styles and a dwarf were at the end of Eternals and they never had a Harry
it
Styles and
feels
dwarf
like
thing?
the first time.
Man,
Feels
they were
like
trying
the
to make
very first time.
Adam Warlock too. Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
All right.
We're moving on to a movie that I really enjoyed for no particular reason. The Bad Guys 2, the
Always.
sequel to the hit movie The Bad Guys, based on the 14-book series called The Bad Guys. In this sequel, we see that the bad guys they're actually having a hard time adjusting to being the good guys. And some of them are kind of starting to feel like, was being good the right thing? Like, we kind of suck at it. No one trusts us. Understandable, given the circumstances. But they're starting to feel the pull to the bad side. And it makes it even worse when they are corralled by these super fans that are also bad guys, and they're like, "Hey, we want you to help us put on a heist," which is to say they want to steal all the gold in the world using a gold magnet. At the same time, Diana Foxington is having to juggle. Uh, well, obviously she's secretly a super criminal. She's having to juggle trying to keep that on the down low because she's also the governor of the city, and she doesn't want that to blow up in her face. Which, interesting enough, it does actually end up blowing up in her face. I thought that was a really interesting idea, and yeah, bad guys have to go on one last job to save Diane Foxington's skin, more or less, and then they fail. They fail at everything basically. But I had a good time. Karif, what did you think
Sam
about the Bad Guys
Rockwell's
2?
in this movie. Oh my god. Another small tangent about the future. I don't know if that Good Luck Have Fun Don't Die movie is gonna be good. That seems like it's either gonna be a fucking masterpiece or absolute dog shit. But yeah, the man who plays Mr. Wolf is gonna play a fucking future hobo. In about a month and a half. This movie is fine. This movie's pretty good. Uh, and then they go to space. I remember that.
And they fly now.
It's like, yeah. I think once we get to space, we kind of lose all the character development stuff. There's still a little bit. I know Rob loves when they kiss.
They
but,
kiss now.
Yeah, they kiss now. I don't remember this movie as well as I thought I would. So
There's all
I'm
this
a little
stuff
bit
with
scrambled afterwards.
oh wait, no, Mr. Piranha and his girlfriend Raven or whatever, like
No,
tongue
that's
and
Snake
make
and
out.
Raven.
Oh,
Right,
Snake
yeah.
and Raven, yeah. Snake and Raven like make out. There's like a lot, like the amount of sexual like references and innuendos in this is like crazy. That was
I mean,
not
it's a
surprise.
DreamWorks film,
Yeah, I
right?
know, but like they went like a lot harder on it than I thought they were going to do. Especially with like the making out, and it's just nuts. It's just nutty. There's the entire scene in the wrestling or the luchador or whatever, the wrestling match. Uh, they're they have to go to
I
the
remember
wedding.
it
If you
feeling,
remember
yeah.
that,
Oh, okay, yes. I remember this feeling pretty grounded for like a cartoon, and it is cartoony, right? There's
yeah,
still like crazily cartoon stuff. There's a luchador scene where like there's a wave of humans chasing the bad guys because they all think the bad guys can't even remember what they thought they did, but I know that they were framed.
they stole some belt. They think they stole some belt or something.
Yeah,
It's
and
the belt
that's
that's
like
gonna steal all the
crazy over the
gold.
top, yeah. But I do remember the character moments being pretty good in this, especially when compared to the first one, because like the Richard Ayoade hamster, right? The guy from the first movie.
Yeah, Professor Marmalade.
Yeah, Professor Marmalade, like has so many lines in that first one that just boil down to like, man, isn't it crazy to be good? Or like,
It's a very
what is it
focused
worth it to be
movie.
good versus bad, right? And it feels a little bit simplistic, and I think the characters in this one actually do like grow a little bit in better ways, and they're better at showing and not directly telling the kid audience about that sort of stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
that is it feels a lot less talk downy. Now the ending kind of throws that out of the window for a very like crazy space like thing that I feel like is a little over the top even for this movie. Because I feel like the cartoonishness is like better in these movies when it's like in the bounds of the real world of like something that you feel like could really happen, right? Um that being said, there's a really good animation up there when the gold thing like breaks the fuck apart in supernovas. That's pretty cool. Um yeah,
The
it's
animation's also pretty stellar. Like it's stylized. It looks really good.
yeah.
Professor Marmalade
Everything has
shows
to go to
back up.
space.
They do hint at a third movie. I don't know if it's gonna get that. I don't think this movie did super well, unfortunately, despite everyone saying, "Oh my god, this movie is pretty great." I really liked it.
You know,
I liked it a lot.
some might say that it has its fan base.
Yeah, Die Gangsta Game too. Uh,
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. I loved it a lot. It was everything I wanted it to be and more. Uh, I think it's an improvement on the original in every way. I kind of get what Karif's saying about the end kind of jumps the shark. It doesn't
The
bother
shark,
me.
because there's a shark.
Yep. It doesn't bother me a whole lot. It doesn't make it is understandable, and also makes me a little sad that this movie is a very funny movie. I think it's even funnier than the first. The only time that the kids in the theater laughed is when the Piranha Man farted in the spacesuit at the very end, and I was like,
Hey, you know, that is still kind of funny.
nah. But
'Cause-
everything else, like Professor Marmalade showing up, I had no idea that shit was gonna happen. It
Oh, that
implies he's a space
where he
alien.
got yoked in prison, that's
Yeah.
really funny.
Oh yeah, he was super buff. I laughed at that. There's a few moments where I laughed out loud. I honestly, Karif, I do full sin recommend Bad Guys 2.
I think it's really good too. Another funny side note: I've been to the spaceport or like I've taken a train ride past the spaceport that is based on. That the spaceport is
shit.
based on in Bad Guys 2. Yeah.
Hmm.
You know.
Ethan
Um,
Cohen, huh?
Yeah. But yeah.
So you do recommend Bad Guys 2?
Yep. Great love letter to California. It's a California. It's the
does-
first California type. It's the 70th California type movie, you know?
Doesn't have the public perception of furries. I think most people don't care about furries as much as people think that they care. Like, I'll say this, and I can talk about this from personal perspective. Whenever the furries would have like a meetup somewhere and they would like be in full fursuit, people really liked that shit, man. People wanted to get pictures. People thought it was cool. This whole
It is-
perception about like furries bad is strictly a terminally online thing. I'm not saying furries
I don't
are
know.
always good, but this prevailing
Yeah,
viewpoint
it's
that
still
everyone's like, oh, that's weird, is generally something that's just on the internet. But this movie is great regardless
Yeah.
of any of that. I like the character development. I didn't think they were gonna go full tilt on Diana and the wolf, but they did, and I appreciate that a lot. I do like that Diana does get outed. There are consequences here. They all have to fake their deaths. That's the end of this movie, is that they fake their deaths and they end up going into like the
Yeah,
Secret Service.
I remember that. And then you guys are going, you two sons of bitches are going to medical school at the end there. Like
Yeah.
they set the sequel setup, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Speaking of epic sequels.
Oh, can we talk about something before that?
Mhm.
Can we talk about weapons?
All right. Yeah. Well, tell me about
Because
weapons.
we have not talked about weapons.
I have not seen Weapons, but I did hear it
Have
was...
you not?
No.
Okay.
Everyone said that they gooned so hard when they watched this movie because it was so good.
All right. I've got some thoughts about that then. Last night at 2:17, every child from Mrs. Gandy's class woke up, got out of bed, went downstairs, opened the front door, walked in the dark, and they never came back. And they ran really funnily, like, oh, they did it.
Like Naruto running?
Yeah, like Naruto running. That is the plot of the movie. There's some crazy shit that happened. The reasoning behind this is pretty wild. You'd hope so, right? But at the same time, like, okay, so this movie is an ensemble piece. I think this movie is great, like establishing its characters and putting them in great situations. Just like, well, sorry, that picture. Well, like, well, I think that the actual reveal is a bit underwhelming. And if we want to talk about spoilers, I can go into why that is.
This is a Warner release.
I guess.
I mean, I might actually consider just watching this. So.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, I'll just go over the basic stuff first then. I think that this movie has a lot of really fun character moments, and then the reveal is slightly underwhelming. It's basically the same way I felt about Barbarian. Barbarian has just like this epic conversation at the front, and even Justin Long, who shows up in his first movie in like 10 years.
Wait, Justin Long of Alpha and Omega fame?
fame?
Oh man,
Yes, absolutely. And they have just like these really funny conversations, like these. It's so well written, and then the reveal is still just like a bit underwhelming for me in that movie, just because it's so out there and doesn't feel like it has anything to do with the stuff that it's led up to. This movie's like reveal, I feel like, is a bit underwhelming because you assume that they kind of just like got kidnapped. Like the entire movie is basically playing it for the entirety of the movie as like they got kidnapped, right? This guy thinks that, or played by Thanos, Josh Brolin, thinks that they got taken, right? And then it turns out that that basically is the case. It's just a very like strange like version of being taken, right? Um, and so I will put this in the camp of like this is what if a J.J. Abrams movie was pretty good, right? Because the lead up is at least interesting and the visuals are at least interesting enough to get me over the hurdle of the reveal isn't as like cool as I thought it was. Everything else is just fucking bangers though. Like the setup of it also being an ensemble story about all these people like going through this crazy event is like really helps flesh out like, you know, the world of the town. It feels very like Stephen King-esque, which I know people have talked about before.
Yeah, I was
Um,
thinking that, looking at it.
it and it's got all the kind of like weirdo stuff that Stephen King would put in his books that people thought were weirdo shit, right? Like I I have my reverence for this movie. The only thing that I think is kind of a little depressing is like actually BD Wong's like whole subplot. Like that just internally is depressing to me. And I don't know what like they literally didn't do anything wrong, bro. Like like I don't want to see that. I don't like I don't know. That's another thing that kind of puts me out about this. Like maybe just a little bit is like I don't want to see these people having to deal with this shit. Like you'll maybe you'll see it and feel a little bit differently about like you're seeing the bald woman like in these pictures, right? But like yeah, maybe it's just like it does deal with cruelty, right? Um and just like things that feel unfair, right? Like the fact that everybody ran the fuck away in the first place, right? All these kids. Um but there's some like unresolved issues with that I feel like are kind of like unfun for a movie that is so like comedically like in tone. Um, so yeah, I think that this movie is still good. I can't believe how many times I've said like this movie is good, but I have some reservations about it, right? But like yeah, I wouldn't say I gooned or anything like that, but it's definitely goonable. I understand. It's definitely interesting. Unlike a lot of J.J. Abrams stuff, at least the reveal does kind of like pay off. There is a sense of catharsis. Um,
All right, well that's good. I will have to check this out. I am
yeah.
interested. Uh, well, it sounds like you do recommend weapons.
Yeah,
All right.
just like a lighter recommendation than some other people.
Uh, now we finally get to go back into weirdo geeko shit territory. Tron Ares, the third movie in the Tron trilogy, the movie we never thought we'd ever get because Disney was like, wait a minute, people like superheroes. Guess we don't need Tron anymore. Bye. But weirdo cultist Jared Leto said, hey, I'm a weirdo cultist and I like Tron. I'm going to keep pushing to make this movie till it happens. And he did. And he made a very weirdo geeko Tron movie that feels a little bit more. It has the visual stylings of Tron Legacy while having the weird, awkward stylings of the original Tron, which I am a huge fan of. A lot of people
Yeah, the
did not like
storytelling
this film.
stylings. Yeah.
Anyway, I got to talk about what is this movie about. Dillinger Dillinger's company, or Dillinger Systems or whatever, they have this 3D printing machine that allows them to 3D print things from the grid into the real world. And specifically, they're talking about printing super soldiers and weapons, and they're presenting this to these tech investors. But what they don't tell them is that these things degrade after 30 minutes. Or it's not specific, it's like 29 minutes, it's like a specific amount of time. There is a piece of code. It's called, what is it? It's like some life code. I can't even remember what
The
it's called.
permanence code.
Permanence code that will allow these printed creations to stay alive indefinitely. However, the only person that came up with it was Kevin Flynn. And, well, Kevin Flynn got blown the fuck up in the previous movie, if you remember. And so there's kind of this race to find the permanence code. Flynn's company, Incom, does find the lady there who I need to look up, Greta Lee's character, Eve Kim. She finds the permanence code, and so Dillinger sends Ares, played by Jared Leto, out to get it, and things just kind of escalate and snowball from there. They get more and more complicated, and all the while, Dillinger's mom, Elizabeth, is saying, "Hey, you need to stop this shit. It's getting out of hand." And her son is like, "Nah, fuck that. I'm gonna get that bad." Played by Julian Dillinger, played by Evan Peters, and we get to see multiple different grids. We get to see Encom's grid, we get to see Dillinger's grid, and we get to see the original grid from 1982 Tron, 1981, 1982 Tron. And also the soundtrack was done by Nine Inch Nails, and it is very good, and I actually still listen to it sometimes. It is a fucking amazing soundtrack. And Karif, take it away. What did you think about Tron Ares?
Wow, it's good. I once again, it's only good because I saw the first Tron, but I think something that I was unable to like really get across in the first one, even though I really wanted to, is that like the story of Tron Ares has that same sort of like fantasy story told through a sci-fi lens, like that really nerdy fantasy story told through a sci-fi lens that the original Tron has, right? It's got that it's got that like high-minded like sci-fi ideals stuff still, but it's just so focused on the minute details of like and kind of maybe not even the minute details. It's just got that like big heady stuff, but sort of takes it more from like an ethereal perspective, I guess. It doesn't really feel like it delves into like the science of the thing, right? Rather, it's just like a bunch of science-ish ideas that are pulled into this like, you know, story and kind of litter this like adventure plot, this adventure story plot, right? Kind of in the same way that nerdy fantasy does it. Like it puts in kind of that standard focus plot, and I mean I said this for sure, and then like litters the rest with all this like kind of high-minded science stuff that's still kind of like, you know, abstract and unique and all that. The thing about Tron Ares is that it puts that story into the real world, and kind of shows the push and pull, right? It's a get the thing quest, right? It's a get the sword, keep the crystal out of the other out of the bad team's hand story, right? But with a couple of things to say about the way that tech companies overstay their welcome and are pieces of garbage
They
and
overpromise
fucking
and
steal
underdeliver.
and steal shit, right? Like, and will kill people to steal shit. And so yeah, I once again feel like you need to see Tron then to like, or like
You
need to
should
be
definitely watch the
into
first
that, yeah.
Tron.
You need to be into that style of nerdy fantasy story to like this movie, but that's the thing. Nobody who watches nerdy fantasy is gonna like get clock Tron as a thing that they would like, right? Because it's got all the trappings of something completely different. And so yeah, it's a movie made for people that only only a few have found out that they will like, right? Like, I think is the thing. And the fact that it is made by Disney is continually the funniest thing in the universe.
Yeah, I still love this movie. Famously, I saw it. I saw the Tron Legacy and Tron Ares IMAX 3D double feature in DC, and then the next day, Sunflower and I went to go see this movie again in 3D. Also, 3D in this movie is very, very good, freaking excellent.
Oh yeah. This is one
I
of those
love it.
movies I saw in 3D.
I said this in the review, and I'll keep saying it, and I know it's absolutely true. People, all the shit that people are complaining about this movie are issues that are prevalent in the first Tron film, and I know the first Tron film it gets away with, it was a novel idea at the time, it was revolutionary. The visual effects were groundbreaking. Literally, they were so advanced that there literally was no
The
protocol.
ground opened up.
Yeah,
The ground broke up
they
beneath them.
they were taking machines and using them in a way that they were not designed to be used, but they could be used that way to create the VFX. Here, you don't really have that, I guess, that shield to hide behind, but it still has that feeling of awkwardness, and it still has those cool designs in it from Tron Legacy, so that it kind of holds it up in that fashion. I'm not going to defend anything that Jared Leto may or may not have done in the real world, but
And he's like okay in this. I feel like he is swappable,
Yeah.
honestly, a little bit in this film.
this
but like
movie feels like it
it's
has
fine.
reverence for the original, but like in a way where the people making it like actually gave a shit about the original, and it wasn't just like, oh, remember. No one remembers anything from the first Tron except for the light cycles and maybe the recognizers. That's it. They'll recognize like the suits and the discs. It's very few things. If you go back and watch that first movie, a lot of it's probably going to seem foreign to you. No one's going to remember Sark. No one's going to remember the giant head that Sark, MCP. No one's going to
They'll
remember
say,
Bits.
"Oh my god, that's that thing from that South Park episode," which is
Yeah.
directly parodying Tron. Yeah.
No one's going to remember Bit. But this movie has a nice combination of those two films, the styles of the film, not just visually, but just like the structure, the way that it feels tonally. And I think it also creates some fun new things as well. I like the idea of an AI wanting to like, I wish they went into it a little bit more about why the AI started to go like, I want to live in the real world, but he's like, I can't explain it. It's just a feeling. It's just something that I feel inside.
Yeah, that's kind of where the that's where
the
the fantasy
humanity
stuff
of
comes
it,
from,
right?
right?
Yeah.
Like, and the humanity stuff. Yeah.
And he has a whole conversation with the hologram of Kevin Flynn about this, and he's kind of trying to convince Kevin Flynn like, hey, I want the permanence code, but I just want to live. Like, that's the real reason I want it, is just so I don't have to die. And these guys do die in pretty horrific ways, since it doesn't matter if they die because they can just come back. Greta Lee obviously can't. She's like a real human. But they do threaten to like kill her. I love the way they did the VFX with the original Grid. It looks pretty much just like how it did in the 80s. Like, I don't know how they managed to match it so close. There's a higher fidelity there, obviously, because it's not on film. But like the colors are washed out, the compositing looks shit. Like they made it look shit on purpose to match it to the original, instead of just having it like be the original but like super clean. Like, oh, if they made the original now, this is how it would look. That's how I know they actually gave a shit, right? And that's like the tragedy of this. This is a movie where they genuinely cared. People fucking shit all over this movie. They wanted it to fail. I think mainly because of Jared Leto. Dude's box office poison. But if you actually watched it, you actually cared about Tron. And I said this in the review. People don't like Tron. Like, it's funny, every time one of these movies comes out, everyone's like, oh, he's a big piece of shit. Oh, it's fucking bad movie. And then like 10 years later, they're like, oh, but the movie was so cool.
Its audience. I feel like you might be doing the epic conflating like a person, like conflating a bunch of people into one person thing. But
they also do the funny logo.
It's still very like, once again, if you don't care, these movies are dead ass simple, right? Like, and if you come away from the movie like thinking, oh, all they did was just run after a code, like all this movie was they ran after a fucking code for 2 hours, or in the case of the first one, all that they did was like go on this like adventure to find some nebulous thing that's like still still a MacGuffin, but it's never treated as such through the movie because like half the characters don't even know that it exists. Like
These
it's
movies have
confusing
simple
to
plots,
an
but
end
it's
of it.
about the
They
subtext. It's like, okay, what does it mean though? Right?
Well,
But
like, but that's the thing is that none of the stuff that is part of the main plot is like super subtextual, right? Like you have to
not in
look at the
this one as
subtext of the
much.
things that are going on around it, and it like for the first movie, I'll say that it's like it's complex to get anything out of that movie because like it does feel a little bit like confusing sometimes, like what you're supposed to be focusing on, like what we were trying to get Flynn's thing, right? No, now he's in like some like death tournament thing. He's playing like pickleball against somebody. No,
Yeah,
like,
he's
uh,
got the scoop.
and so yeah, like the adventure like parts of that movie are just really like hard to sink your teeth into, and so like that causes people to dismiss the rest of the movie. But it's also like can you kind of blame them a little bit? Like it is kind of confusing to get to the core of what this fucking thing is about, right? Of like
That's why
of like
it's
the
great. It's
subtext.
so cool. I want to live there.
I feel like Tron Ares also is just a little bit simpler just because it is talking about things we have like general awareness of in the real world right now, right? Um like it is trying to say things that are very modern and of its time, right? Um and so like that also kind of like makes it feel not as like rich as the other movies, maybe. I still think those things are like important to say, and I kind of like the way they integrate into this plot.
I mean, I will say this is
But
probably the least good of the three, but I like that it has reverence. I still enjoyed it thoroughly. Me personally, if you like the other Tron movies, like you actually like them, like you actually like them, and not like, oh, I like the soundtrack from Legacy. Then you're
wow,
gonna then full
he's
send.
going after him.
Yeah, no, I'll fucking go for the throat when it comes to these Tron movies. Because
I don't
I
even
think
like
they're very
Legacy that much,
misunderstood.
but I haven't seen it in a while. Like
But
I'm that guy, Robert. Somehow
if
I liked this movie.
if
I don't know.
if you are a Tron fan, like to the core, then this is a full send recommend. If not,
I still think
you're
that
not
part of
gonna
the
give a
reason,
shit about this movie
yeah,
though.
part of the thing that holds me back is that like I'm not a Tron fan, right? Like I'm not that Tron super fan.
Oh
Right? Oh,
God.
there's the Mr. Beast bit. Yeah.
By the way, I talked about this in the review. I thought that he was actually in this movie, and I was so close to refunding my ticket because I hate Mr. Beast that much. I hate
Yeah.
Mr. Beast more than I like Tron. But he is fortunately not in the movie. Thank God. Oh my God. I don't think this movie could have survived anything tragic like that. Apparently Mr. Beast's company isn't doing too good, I heard from somebody, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Rip Bozo, I guess.
Uh,
Yeah, I
quickly. So yeah, or
is good. I love it. I loved it. Do you recommend Tron Ares?
yeah, with a bunch of reservations, but yes, I still think it's pretty good, even if you haven't like if you've watched the first Tron and generally think it's a pretty okay movie, you're gonna also probably like this one enough. So I will do that. And then the Nine Inch Nails is just like the
It's
bucket of
so
frosting on
good.
top of it. Yeah,
It's
it's like
so
so.
it's like actually like the actual this is gonna be sad. I really like the score from Legacy. This is gonna be sacrilege. It is okay if you kill me for this. That's fine. I understand. I won't hold it against you. I'll be up there on the cross looking down like, yeah, I get it. Uh I think I like this soundtrack for this movie more than Legacy.
Fine, at least Nine
Maybe
Inch
it's
Nails are still together. Am I right, chat? Like
maybe
it's
it's not by leaps and bounds, but I like this more. I find myself returning to this one more than Legacy. That could just be because I'm not like super into EDM. Not to say that fucking Daft Punk's music is bad. Like I do like some of their songs. I just really really like the score. Like there's just like an atmospheric level of atmosphere to the music here. Like the song I got to pull it up now. Let's see YouTube. Oh, come on, baby.
There's one way to be.
Wait, I could have just pulled it up on here. What am I fucking doing? I know you can feel it is a good one. That one, like you can't really hear, like, especially in the movie, you can't really hear it because like a lot of these songs are really quiet. Like some of them are pretty quiet, but I know you can feel it is a good one that plays during the sequence when Greta Lee and Jared Leto are escaping the Dillinger Grid. As Alive as You Need Me to Be, that song's pretty rocking. As alive as you need me to be. Who Wants to Live Forever? I'm gonna be open with you guys. I'm gonna be a little bit vulnerable, parasocial with my audience. I actually cried listening to this song. This song is really fucking good. This song is really fucking good. This is my favorite song on the soundtrack. Who Wants to Live Forever? It's so fucking good. It's actually beautiful. And then of course the actual like score music itself is really good. I like that they incorporated the synth.
Yeah, I saw it because I saw it, right? I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Okay. The synth sounds that they weave in with the rest of the music to call back to the original Tron is really good. And
A song called Permanence is really good.
yeah, I just really I think the soundtrack here I just personally like it more. But I also think that the Legacy soundtrack is also very very good. And I'll say this too. I've even bopped out to the original Tron soundtrack. It's got a very unique, weird sound to it because it was like the first movie to use a synth soundtrack as like part of it. I think they also used some orchestrated stuff as well. But Wendy Carlos, who was a pioneer in the field of synth music back in the 70s and stuff, did the music for it and a few other movies as well. And it's just good. I love Tron Ares. I love this movie so much. I hope this gets a 3D Blu-ray, but it probably won't. But if it did, I would buy it. Very sad. Okay, I guess that's all we're gonna say about Tron Ares. We spent way more time on this than we probably should have.
Shout out to Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie, which I saw. By the way.
We gotta talk about Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie.
I am not going to talk about this for very long. I'm going to tell you what it's about and give everybody my recommendation.
Karif was so excited. He said this was his favorite movie of the year.
Honestly, out of the 2 DreamWorks movies that came out this year, Bad Guys 2 is still better. But like, this is not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Kitty 6, amazing. Kill me.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of shit like that in this movie. This is about a lady named Gabby who is growing older and feels as though is taking a cross country road trip to Cat Francisco or something like that. It's literally named that. They put up the Golden Gate Bridge and it's actually just like pink as hell. And she's taking her Gabby's Dollhouse toys along with her, and the whole movie kind of has that like Toy Story 2 is like, are you growing out of your toys sort of thing. As they meet Vera, a cat lady, the crazy cat lady who has her own like cat like litter like company or something like that. Cat treat, I can't remember, but yeah, she's taken this Gabby's Dollhouse and is kind of like keeping it for herself, just to like show on her shelf, kind of like Al from Toy Story 2. This movie is actually just like Toy Story 2, but not nearly as good.
To be fair, that's a
yeah, why did I watch this movie? It's because I watched Harold and the Purple Crayon, and it just like thought it would be funny if I watched Gabby's Dollhouse the movie. It's better than I thought it was going to be. It's not nearly as like obnoxious as I thought it was going to be. It's actually a fully fledged like adventure story, and that's nice. They go to a lot of different places. I don't love the designs of like the human characters when they're in Gabby's Dollhouse, but I think all the cat designs are actually okay. I think the ending of this movie drags on a little bit. They like go to this alternate dimension full of sweets. Once like Vera, like they actually do like a full fucking Cat in the Hat ripoff thing where this guy's in the cat house and she's like, "Oh my god," or and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna live here forever," and then opens up a portal to fucking hell or something like that. Um, and he's just like way too off the walls and all that. Great movie to copy, by the way, Cat in the Hat. Yeah, I don't know. Like, no, don't fucking watch this. But like, if you were forced to watch this, you might think that it's not the worst thing you'd ever seen in your life, right? Like
Is the movie's in on the joke? It knows what it is.
a little bit. Oh, like it knows what it is, but does aspire to like some things that like slightly better than its origins as a Netflix original, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Oh, Kristen Wiig is fucking awesome in this. Everything I wanted like her to do in this movie, she basically does. And like, yeah, she's very funny. I'm so glad Kristen Wiig was very funny in this movie. Like,
all right.
yeah.
Well, from one masterpiece to another, Wicked for Good. This is part 2.
More like Wicked for bad, am I right?
Oh,
Chet?
got him. Wicked time for a good refund on my ticket because this movie sucked. No, it didn't suck. I mean, it was underwhelming, I guess. Part 2 of the play or the adaptation of the play Wicked, which is an adaptation of the book Wicked, which is an adaptation of The Wizard of Oz from the perspective of what if Alphaba and the Glinda were besties in high school. It is a high school Wizard of Oz high school AU, and that's awesome. Part 2 sees Alphaba. She's now an outcast, full-on outcast, because she refused to assist in the annihilation of the talking animals of Oz, which apparently everyone needed to rally against because Oz was falling apart and they just needed like a common enemy, and Alphaba's like, this is fucked up. And so she's still on her crusade to help the animals, save the animals, kill the frames. And she's also dealing with the fact that her hubby is going to marry Glinda, but what's the hubby's name? Fiyero?
Yeah, Fiyero.
Fiyero isn't like super into Glinda. He's like, yeah, she's cool, but I want to be with Alphaba. And then Alphaba, like, she's gonna like work with the wizard because the wizard's like, look, I want us to be friends. I get where you're coming from. I understand. Let's be cool. And then Alphaba finds out that they're still hoarding animals for some reason, which they never explain. And then that subplot is immediately dropped for the Fiyero subplot, which is to say the rest of this movie is Alphaba and Glinda fighting over a man. Also, Alphaba's sister ends up, her boyfriend wants to leave her because he's still in love with Glinda, and so she ends up almost killing him, and then he gets turned into the Tin Man by Alphaba, which is why he wants to kill the witch. And then Dorothy shows up because
that's what happens.
What's her name? Yeah, that's what Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh was like, oh, we have to draw Alphaba out because we don't know where she is, so we'll drop a house on her sister, and then Dorothy's there, and then they're opportunists, so they're like, okay, Dorothy will kill the witch, and then Glinda's like, I guess I will be wicked, because then she ends up getting with Fiyero, and then Glinda gets upset with her, and then they have a very tonally bad fight, and then they end up being friends later, so what was the point of that? And also Fiyero turns into the straw man, and then Glinda shows up to see Alphaba have to die to Dorothy, but then she didn't die because she went down a trap door, and then they walk into the sunset, and
you know what movie this is like,
and it just sucks.
And it's not like fully like this movie, right? But like, you know what movie is better than this? That this movie's kind of like The Prince of Egypt. It's got a lot of that, like, or at least in the setup, it's got a lot of that drama of like having this wonderful, really cool adventure with your friends that you grow up, but then you realize that like that adventure is built on the pathway of suffering, right? And one of them just like buys into the lie, and one of them like sees the truth, right? And tries to fight for what's right. Obviously, Glinda's a little bit more like, confused slash like conflicted about this whole situation, right? Than Ramses is, but I it's like it just drops that last half on the fucking floor, right? Or Wicked for Good. It just, yeah, there is no, it does not feel like the drama and the stakes from the first half just carry over to the second, right? Um and it's like there are so many possibilities for it too. It just never does.
I heard going into this that the second act of the Wicked play is considered the weaker half anyway.
Yeah.
And you can tell
It
here.
starts off really good, paving the yellow brick road with the fucking, oh, holy shit, that like that first half I was like, okay, maybe this movie's actually gonna be really good, and then it just kind of
I thought
goes
the
off from
first
there.
half was just like really slow and boring. I was like, okay.
Well, I really like the paint thing. I really
Yeah.
like the yellow brick road
Yeah,
scene. I
that
think
was a
that,
good
like,
scene. That was a good way to start
yeah,
your movie, and then they never do that again.
yeah.
Yeah, because actually Elphaba gets the man she always wanted, and then she's like, "What animals?"
I mean, she's kind of, like she's like there. She's like,
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean, they
know.
still beat up Fiero, and then Fiero turns into the straw man, and it looks
Yeah,
like Ryan Reynolds. Yeah,
yeah, literally
and
me.
the literally me. Yeah, yeah. I think this has been, litigated enough. I'm disappointed.
Yeah,
John
it's
M.
okay.
Chu. It's John M. Chu. You could have done better. I felt like you could.
The
You
three,
you brought me up so high, and then you put me down so low. Right?
the 3D was okay. Also, it's just okay. The 40x was pretty okay. I think the 40x effects work. I don't know if they work better. Uh, yeah. Well, not much else to say about this. Do I recommend it?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Once again, if you saw the first half, just watch the second half.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But going from that, Pear, if I had a nickel for every highly anticipated furry movie that came out in 2025, you know how many nickels I have? I have 2 nickels. I have a dime, which is not a lot, and I
Yeah.
sure wish it was more. But it's okay. I'll take what I can get. Zootopia 2 continues to follow the adventures of cops Nick and Judy, but they're having a little bit of partner dysfunction. You see, Judy is trying way too hard, and Nick, he's trying to be like, hey, let's like dial back. He doesn't take anything seriously and says a bunch of quippy one-liners, which thank God the movie was self-aware on and made that like a point of, hey, we shouldn't do this. Uh, but what's happened is that there's a new conspiracy, this time around reptiles, because you see, reptiles were outed from Zootopia for allegedly killing this other reptile, this housemaid of one of the Lynxleys from way back in the day. The Lynxleys used this. Okay, all right. So initially, all the animals were living together in Zootopia. There were no weather walls. If you guys remember from the first movie, there's these massive walls. They have like AC units and heaters on them. Those didn't exist. But this viper comes up with the idea, and then she needs funding, so she works with the Lynxleys. The Lynxleys steal the idea, frame her for murder. All the reptiles get outed from Zootopia. They have to go into hiding. And so there's been no reptiles in Zootopia for a bajillion years. And Ke Huy Quan has come back to prove that his family is innocent and prove that his grandmother is the one that came up with the weather wall idea. And also Nick and Judy are having partner dysfunction. Nick doesn't take anything seriously. Judy takes things way too seriously and is very reckless. And that almost gets them killed. There's very good character drama here. This movie fixed every problem I had with the first movie. And I think in general is a better movie. And yeah, I'll talk about more stuff in a bit. But Karif, what did you think about Zootopia 2?
Yep. It's a furry movie. Nah, I'm jesting. It is though, but it is good. It, I don't know. I really can't say anything more about this. It's just like it is just the thing that is good that that has ambitions to tell a story greater than just what if animals were in a city, that feels like it just actually has good things to say. Bro, stop looking at that stupid fucking picture.
What, this one?
The stupid picture.
What about this one? Is
There's
still good?
nothing behind those eyes. That one's okay. Yeah, and those ambitions are pretty much met. Like I feel like I came down on this film a lot just because I knew that like Rob was going to be over the moon about it. And I don't think that I was super unfair to the movie though. Like I it's just hard sometimes, you know? It's just hard. It is so good in so many aspects, and yet it just does feel like a tent pole of some things that I wish were more complicated, but I don't know. I don't even really know what I'm saying when I say that.
No, I
Just wish
get
this
it.
movie was maybe a little bit more. Yeah, there was just a little bit more to the movie, to the movie's plot.
Yeah, but
It's
the issue is that like in the first movie that came to the detriment of its overall message. That
that
it
is
tried
true.
to like
So
put
yeah,
too much in there. It is good to know that Karif was sitting in the theater thinking to himself, "Oh my god!" Like watching this movie, thinking, "Oh my god, Rob's gonna love everything that I'm seeing right now. He's gonna go fucking crazy." And then I did, uh, and I saw it twice. I saw the movie. Finally got to see 2, 3. I saw it. I love the Snake story. 3D is actually kind of off. I heard it was great,
yeah, the
but
snake
it's
stuff.
kind
Yeah.
of. I still love the first movie, but more. But
So
it's
I love 3D
watchable.
so much. That's what happened with me and Puss in Boots in The Last Wish, right? Because everybody was gooning over that movie so hard, and I was like, I was really excited for this thing, right? Like I was so hyped to see Puss in Boots 2, and then it was just good, and then it was just like a pretty good film.
I think people
Um,
gooned really hard because they weren't expecting it to be like as good as it was. They were expecting slop.
and I mean, I think the same thing could probably be said about Zootopia too. Like we didn't know anything about this movie going into it.
I
Like,
was excited. I liked the teaser trailer. I was cautious because
yeah, I
Disney
didn't like
Animation
that
has
though. But yeah.
been destroying everything that it owns. Disney's been doing that in general, even though I like Tron
Yeah.
A's, and Thunderbolts. But uh, I, I mean, I've loved everything about it. I thought this was an upgrade in every single way. Every way. It was great. It was a
It's
good time.
crazy that I still walk out of the theater thinking that the sloth is the funniest part of the movie.
Yeah, he's pretty
Like
good.
that,
Nick, the
and he doesn't even show
or
up for like more
Flash.
than a scene. Yeah, Flash
Yeah,
the
they
100-yard
don't,
dash.
and that's the other great thing. Like they don't overuse stuff that they knew people like from the first movie. They're constantly adding new stuff and building onto the world. This movie still has really great world building. It still feels like there's a ton we haven't
No
seen yet.
problem. But
Yeah.
care if I can't with you there. I just expected more from it. The last wish is Pete. Care if I can't with you there. So, oh man, I think that I have a problem following the action scenes, which is not a problem I have with Spider Verse. Surprisingly, like, I just think sometimes the camera is just like sort of the wrong spot. I think that the stories are pretty good, but some of the emotional stuff doesn't hit with between me and the bears, and like I
Oh,
don't
you're
know,
talking
it's
about
good, right?
we're
Yeah.
talking about this movie right now.
Well, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Everything emotional hit for me here. It was great. I loved it. I want to see more of it. I saw it twice, like I said. I like the stuff with Nick and Judy. I really like the stuff where Judy has to watch helplessly as she's dying on the floor, and Ki Hoi Kwan is dying out the door, and she sees the Linksley guy approaching Nick with the super death juice taser
I
thing.
really hate that she says twist in that moment, and then he's like, "Oh, what a twist!"
Yep, and then
I
the whole movie
I
sucks
just hate
now.
that meta bullshit.
And
Yeah,
the movie
and that's
sucks
why the
now.
movie sucks, Rob. That's what I'm trying to
Yep.
say. No, what I'm saying is that like
Yeah, it was a little weird, I guess. Hello?
is because all the things
Uh-oh.
that you're usually saying are like, or that people are usually saying are generally correct, right? I'm just trying to point out some of the things that I may have had like small issues with. And that'll go for like Zootopia 2 as well, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
to kind of tie those two things
I
together.
can't wait for 20,000 more Zootopia movies because this one is on track to be the second highest grossing animated movie of all time.
There's Key.
Yeah, I really
Key is a
liked his
cool guy.
performance. He had a
Yeah.
very charming performance.
Snake guy is good. Yeah. The snake,
Very
the,
charismatic.
Gaui the snake comes out of this
Another
unharmed.
movie where the conspiracy theorist ends up being right. I don't know what they meant by that. I really like this movie a lot. I love it. It was literally everything I wanted to be and even infinitely more. I was very worried going into it because Disney, like I said, especially the animation division, has been struggling, to put it nicely.
It was so heavy, the betrayal actually caught me off guard. I gasped in the theater. And yeah, I will say that this is like better than the original, right? They're not wrong, but I wish they didn't have to call it out on a meta level. Like, yeah, they're not wrong, but this one's better.
Karif, do you still maintain that this is a fluke, or do you think Disney's so back?
I think this. Yeah. I think Zootopia is the fluke. I think this is the studio that's doing Zootopia and not Disney as a whole. It's just that simple.
Gotcha.
Right? Like,
well, so do you recommend Zootopia?
Yeah. Of all the animated movies I've seen, and I haven't seen Arco, and I haven't seen a couple of them, I think this is the best one.
This is probably gonna win Best Animated Feature. Yeah. Like, well, it's Disney, so it usually wins. But yeah, I full send recommend Zootopia 2. I'm totally here for it. I can't wait for it to win Best Animated Feature. Easy peasy. Was there ever any doubt? It's not even close. I do really like the bad guys.
I want to see Arco,
but this movie stuck the landing better. I think its emotional highs hit a lot harder. There's just a lot of really good stuff here. You can tell the team really cares and knows a lot about this world, and they want to express that in a very measured and structured way. There are a lot of very funny things in this movie. I actually think this movie's funnier than the first one, even though there's a whole bunch of puns here. It still works out very well. Especially like the expressions and everything. When Nick is like, I feel like there's some apologies in order, and Judy's like, it is okay, Nick. I know that you did not mean for him to get away, or to let him get away. And Nick gives his face of like, is this bitch serious right now? That whole sequence when they go up to the Love Shack or whatever, the honeymoon suite, that sequence was really good. I thought the falling out just between Nick and Judy just worked so much better here because it was set up and it made sense and it wasn't weird, and like everything just works so much better in this movie than the first movie. If you want to learn more about my feelings on that, I talk about it all in the original Zootopia 2 review. This is an upgrade all around. Full send. It's been a good year for sequels. Speaking of furry sequels, that I enjoyed more than Karif maybe. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Man, this is the big one. This is the one I've been waiting for. Could not wait for FNAF 2, especially because they're going to do some voice acting. Matt Pat was going to be in this movie. And yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 follows the first film. Mike Schmidt just wants to move on. Everyone else stuck in the past. Can't get past it. But there's a super secret hidden location where some kids got murdered and it got covered up. And then Abby gets taken to that location because all of the animatronics, they're being controlled by this one ghost kid, the marionette. And they can't leave the they can't leave the restaurant because there's like some program, some code that's locking them down there. But they use Abby to unlock that code, and or they use her as like leverage to get the code unlocked so that they can go out and kill the adults that didn't pay attention to the little girl that ended up becoming the marionette at the beginning of this movie, because she dies, because she's trying to warn everyone like, hey, this kid just got taken into the back room, and all the adults are like, go the fuck away, kid, we're talking right now. I explained that very poorly, but you know, it's more of the same, but even cooler, I guess. Go ahead, Karif. What did you think about FNAF 2?
1 second. I just had thoughts about a random other thing that I needed to
Matthew
type down.
Lillard, Wayne Knight is in this. There was like
Yeah, what
another
did
big name in this that was in it for like 2 seconds that everybody was like going crazy over.
Laura, well, I mean Skeeter Lurch, but
It was the lady
uh,
that plays the marionette that voices.
Yeah.
Oh, McKenna Grace. That's the
Yeah,
one. McKenna Grace is the one.
yeah, the one that I had that little bit on the ending about. You know,
Is it more?
the people said that they made a fan cam or whatever. You know how lore.
Yeah, they
like...
put the brain rot in the movie, and I was like,
Well, I'm saying, like, you know, what if you replaced horror with lore, right? Like, lore is the thing that is keeping this whole fucking thing afloat, right? And it's the thing that is both the best part of this movie and the Achilles heel, because it's just like cool to everybody who cares about Five Nights at Freddy's, who cares about the world, cares about the setups, cares about everything else, and it's just it's just kind of not great at anything else, really. Like I do think that the lore aspects of this movie, like the Toy Chica, the stupid, there's two fucking Michaels for some reason.
oh right, yeah.
There's like, you know, all that stuff is the most interesting part and also the stupidest part, right? Like, because then the ending a bit comes in and they just have to like expo dump on you about like what's actually fucking going on, and then they have to sequel bait within the last 5 seconds, and all that stuff is still
Wait,
really like not great.
I think
But it's
the
also
opening-
the
yeah,
most
sorry.
unique part of this movie, right? Like the opening is really good. I think that the opening, or well, despite the like cartoonishness of the parents or
opening
whatever,
scene is the best scene of this movie, I think.
yeah.
Which is sad to say. That makes it sound like the rest of it sucks.
I think that the middle of it has some good jump scares, and then they do play Five Nights at Freddy's, and that's like pretty fun. Yeah, like I said before, this shares a lot of its DNA with Sonic 2. In that like it feels a lot more reverent for the games and the original movie. They had to get everybody on board first, and then they could actually do fan service. But yeah, I would recommend this to Five Nights at Freddy's fans. I would like. I think even for me, it's kind of like it's not that bad sort of thing. It's not as bad as people are saying it is, even from like a casual watch perspective.
People like I think these movies, I think they definitely get a lot harsher rap than they deserve. They're not as near.
Yes.
People talk about these movies like they're the biggest pieces of dog shit in the world, and they just didn't try. That's not true. I don't know. Especially Jeremy
Yeah.
Johns hates these movies. And it's like,
I do
dude,
think Jeremy
did
Johns
these
is
movies
actually
kill your family or something? Like, why do you hate them so much? They're not that bad.
when he says that the real story of like Scott Cawthon making weirdo Christian games for many years, and then finding just like a smash hit with one of his games being like the real good story of Five Nights at Freddy's, I kind of agree with him there. But yeah, I don't know why he fucking hates these things. I don't know. Might just be like a.
He talks about them like they're the ruin.
Does the movie
He talks about
like
these
allow it?
movies
Oh, yeah.
like how I talk about the live action Disney remakes. Except I'm right and he's wrong.
There it is. But no, the is there an entry point in these movies for the casual audience? And I think that's more true of the first one than for this one, right?
Yeah. This one you really
I
gotta
think
suspend
this
that
one,
disbelief.
yeah, you have to either know or be down because like you've kind of heard like things about this story, right? Or things about this series.
I do
and
like the trauma nightmare that Vanessa has with her dad. Like that stuff's fun. Okay,
that's
well,
good. The
when I say
contractually
fun,
obligated Matthew
yeah,
Lillard scene.
okay, yeah, me when I know movies, but
Yeah.
like, I mean, you know, it's good. It doesn't make it a bad scene.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I
Oh, yeah.
thought it was
And
solid.
then the boy shows up. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Sorry, I love 3D so much. Said, hey Robin, I know we're on FNAF. Can you explain something in Zootopia 1? They are underdogs but solved a massive case, and 2, they are again are underdogs, not given any respect. they're not given any respect because they're reckless, and Judy's
Yeah.
reckless. And if you go back and watch that first movie, Judy is incredibly reckless and endangers a lot of people's lives. And it's something I
And
really
to be
wish these
fair,
movies would
like,
go into a little bit more.
yeah,
Like she would like actually get punished for it. But they're
Bogo
not like under.
Bogo does say like I kind of like you guys. Like there is some level of like respect. It's just that
Yeah.
the guy who would respect them also eats shit within the first like 30 minutes of this movie, right? So that's maybe a reason why like yeah. Like he knows but nobody else really
And they
knows.
are
Like
still kind of
yeah.
rookies. Like even though I erroneously said this movie takes place a week after the first movie, that is not true. It takes place like a year because Nick still has to go through like police training.
Okay.
But they are still technically rookies, especially Nick, and they're getting chewed out. Like, do you remember the entire first scene where they just fucked up everything? Like, what is
Yep.
just supposed to be like you could make the joke, haha, hee hee, haha. Cops do that in real life and they get away with it, but like, it that they aren't getting away with it. Like he's like, hey, if you don't shape up, we're gonna break you two apart. You need to like get your shit together. Uh, I was actually surprised to hear him say, despite my best efforts, I do like you too. I was like, oh, dude, he's gonna kick their ass. But yeah, it's not. It didn't take me out of it. I mean, it was fine. But back to
So
FNAF
yeah.
2. Yeah,
Yeah, for
I
you.
still
Yeah.
think Sonic 2 is a better Sonic 2 than FNAF 2 is, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
Opening sequence, like I said, is fantastic. I do like sequences in this movie. I had a great time. I don't know why they hired Wayne Knight and then had him be a jackass the whole time and not funny. I do like the
Yeah.
fact that Michael number two, Michael, who is William Afton's son, because he has a secret sibling. His real name is Freddy, which I think is funny. Also, you have another Scream alumni. Skeet Ulrich is in this, playing William Henry. Or no, he's playing Henry Emily, which is extra super funny. They obviously did that on purpose. I mean, the first movie has outside of Matthew Lillard playing a killer, it does have the Scream reference. He does do the knife, the classic Scream knife wipe, or the Ghostface knife wipe.
I do remember that this movie, like something that I feel like from a casual perspective, I don't like nearly as much is that the marionette is like possessing the animatronics, right? The new animatronics.
Yeah.
And that kind of takes all the personality and like
It,
uniqueness out of
it
the like animatronics in the first one, because like them being dead kids in the first one was kind of fun. Like they had like fun play dates with Abby or whatever, and this one's just kind of like they're just kind of like
it is weird because I'm
uh,
fairly certain in the lore William Afton kills 5 more kids, and that's why these animatronics are the way they are. Like also in the game, so because of the murders at the original Freddy location, the new toy animatronics are linked to police databases for criminals.
okay.
And this takes place before the first game. It is very science fictiony. Like even in this, it's kind of like I feel like these are a little bit too advanced for the early '80s, especially like what do you have a fucking rocket fire was the most advanced thing, and they weren't walking
Yeah.
around. Even though
These movies take place in 2000.
Aaron Fecter. Oh, they do. They take place in early 2000s. They have the what was Story
This
of a Girl?
is a story of a girl. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And then she cried,
Which
and then
also
that's what
still, yeah.
happened in the movie. She
Yeah, it's kind of like
cried.
in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
No, it's not like
So they
that at
use the
all.
line
They
from the
don't do that.
movie.
They don't even have
God
funny
damn.
animatronics.
The clothes that you
But yeah,
wear.
I had a
the
good
next
time.
day.
I will say that this is maybe not everything I wanted it to be, but I still had a good time. They are fighting against the budget of these movies. You can feel they're pressing up against the wall, and I think the next one they could even do for cheaper, because I mean Fazbear Frights is just the one building. Looking forward to that though. Looking forward to hearing another Living Tombstone song in the credits of one of these movies.
I'm not looking forward to hearing another Living Tombstone song in the credits of one of these
Karek's
movies.
just a hater.
I guess I am.
It's
I
been too
don't like
long
that.
since he
Still,
last seen
still
his
theater
mom while she
kid.
was
Still
monster
so theater kid,
to the
like
man behind the
doo
slaughter.
fucking coded. Ugh.
Great effects, zero script. I do like the fact that the animatronics are like actual people in outfits. It does help
Yeah.
a lot that it's not CG slop.
All right. Before we get to Avatar, I want to do a couple of honorable mentions of movies that I've seen. Just like
Alright.
very very quick shit.
What'd you
I'm
see?
not going to explain what these movies are about. Or like I will go over like a sentence of what they are, so this doesn't take forever.
All right. Well, what's the first
I
one?
saw Smashing Machine. Smashing Machine is the Dwayne Johnson Emily Blunt vehicle, where he plays Mark Kerr, the fighter from the fighter from UFC, who does MMA as well. This movie is pretty good. Dwayne Johnson, I do think, is pretty good. I like the fights. This is made by Benny Safdie, voice of Bowser Jr. Yeah, this movie is maybe just a little bit like straightforward, but quite good. And Dwayne Johnson is actually acting in this role. Uh, he doesn't fully disappear, but he's really like he does a really good job portraying this like guy who is obviously like shaken after his first like,
He's
fucking
not
failure.
even in a. He's not even in a jungle, dude.
Yes. On that same moment, Marty Supreme, fucking awesome, made by this guy's brother, Benny Safdie's brother. It's about a ping pong guy who also loses a fucking match and then has to scrounge up money to go find to try to find a find his way back into the circuit, right? This movie's insane. It's like got its foot on the gas like 100% of the time. It's got a guy who bears a striking resemblance to Kevin O'Leary from the hit TV show Shark Tank. And yeah, it's like it's super fun. It's you are watching this mess of a person continually make a bunch of fucking mistakes.
Hey, Karif.
But feeling like he's so cool.
Karif,
What?
if they do a live action Ratatouille movie, they should get this guy to play Linguini.
Let me see what he looked or who does he play in this movie?
Ralph.
Oh, if he plays the guy who runs the who like runs the shoe store or wants to run the shoe store, then yes, absolutely, they should get this guy to play real life Linguini and Ratatouille.
Yeah.
I saw Black Phone 2, and it is the second best Blumhouse movie I saw this year, over under Five Nights at Freddy's, and it's by a pretty wide margin. I did not love this movie. I saw this as a double feature with the other movie that I saw, Shelby Oaks.
Oh, this wasn't
This
even
is
directed by Sam Raimi.
Yeah, Black Phone is I've heard that it's very good, but like the attempts to expand the universe of the Black Phone kind of fall flat, I feel like. It's just there's some okay stuff. I kind of like how melancholic it is, but I assume that you could
Oh,
kind of get
Scott
that from the
Derrickson.
first one
Never
as
mind.
well.
I'm an idiot. Sorry.
Nah, it's okay. Ethan Hawke is a little bit more cartoonish in this one, and just like learning the past of this fucking guy, you don't need to do that shit, right? You just don't need to. Taking it and kind of making it this like more this bigger thing makes it like feel different, or different from the cruelty that you just experienced in the first movie. And it's I don't know. No.
No, it's
All
okay
right,
for
good.
Cruella to kill puppies. She was like someone was mean to her or something.
Yeah, Shelby Oaks. Shelby Oaks is about a lady whose sister went missing while she was filming some YouTube videos with her friends.
Oh, yeah, this is a YouTuber movie for sure.
The cinematography is really good. The story is not. It starts off like he really needed to pick a lane, right? It starts off as this movie about like discovering all this found footage stuff, very Blair Witch, very YouTuber movie-esque. But it's got like respect for the genre, and I like the kind of like lo-fi like aesthetic that it's going for. In contrast, it then becomes kind of just like a very basic like devil movie, or like it doesn't really feel like the stuff that happens like because they went into the YouTubers like area is related to their like fall as a YouTuber or anything like that. It doesn't really have anything to say about that, and it feels like it should, because first of all, it's by Chris. Second of all, it's about YouTubers, right? Like, so you can either make just like a straightforward horror movie that isn't about like found footage and YouTuber stuff, or you can make a movie that's like invested in the culture. And because of that, it just feels like two very separate movies. And I don't really think the genre mashup of like lo-fi horror to like to hi-fi Stephen King horror really meshes super well. Once again, I do think that the visuals in this movie are actually very good for a movie like this. Um, and so I hope that Chris Stuckman can kind of take that behind the camera scene and like Jeremy John said, like just put it to a better script.
No, see, the
Yeah.
thing is whenever a movie's bad, it's not the director's fault. Remember?
Right, yeah, no,
Well,
it's Mike
remember,
Flanagan's fault for letting people see this more, for giving this a wider release than it should have.
I heard it was
Yeah.
surprisingly bad, especially coming from someone who's critical of movies. No. See, actually,
Which one, Shelby Oaks or?
yeah, she's talking about Shelby Oaks.
Yeah.
Actually, Madam Web was good, actually, and you're an asshole for not liking it.
I think that Madam Web is like a comedy masterpiece, but it's a comedic masterpiece.
This movie,
But yeah,
actually
Shelby Oaks.
great.
Shelby Oaks has a lot of potential. Like maybe I'm doing the Chris Stuckman thing, but I do think that this guy has a good movie in him. I just don't think it's Shelby Oaks.
I'm shit talking. Does Chris actually make a cameo? In this
No, I
movie?
know. Who?
Does Chris actually make a cameo?
I don't think so.
Speaking of
Yeah.
YouTuber movies, so Iron Lung is coming out this year. Sunflower kind of
Yeah.
wants to see it. I could take it or leave it, but I remember walking out of FNAF 2 and these two like teenage girls walked out and they're like, "Oh, Markiplier wasn't in that movie at all."
All right, a couple more. Good Fortune, made
gosh.
by Aziz Ansari, who immediately made this shit like the most embarrassing thing he could have made. Because
yeah,
this was
this
right
one-
before the film fest or before the comedy
This
fest.
one I was
I'm not
actually
gonna go into that.
kind of interested in seeing. It reminded me of Dogma a little bit.
Yeah, it's very low budget compared to like what the premise is setting up. He's an angel, or like Keanu Reeves is an angel, and he decides to help this guy who's down on his luck, but fucks up royally. And it's a lot about just like the differences between the rich man, poor man sort of thing. Yeah, it's okay, but yeah, Aziz Ansari really put his entire fucking leg in his mouth by then going and taking a shit ton of money.
For
So
what?
yeah, for the Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival. So yeah.
Bro was
Yeah,
voicing
yeah.
characters on Dorkly.
Rental Family shouts out. This movie's really good. You should see it. Brendan Fraser plays an American actor, much like in Lost in Translation. He's in Japan and he's stuck on work, so he decides to go to this family rental rental service, essentially, where he plays the part of somebody else in another person's life. This, like, whether or not it's a fake person or like a real person that used to exist. He plays like brothers, he plays husbands, he plays dads, right? And the main thing is that he's trying to play this like quote unquote American dad to this to this young girl who needs to get into this really prestigious school, and they start to actually develop like kind of a bond through this play. However, he is fucking lying to all these people, right? Nobody knows that he's actually just an actor, right? When he's enveloped in these roles, much less the child. And so there is a lot of like tension between there, but it feels like a lot more not natural. It still kind of bugs me that nobody fucking knows, because it feels like it's just a very easily solvable problem.
You
But
want a liar revealed plot?
yeah, I felt like it was gonna be more about like him just like navigating this, and maybe he's lying to this girl because the young girl doesn't understand that, right? But the other jobs that he has, like he has pretty good relationships with everybody else. But no, like he's pretending to be this like interviewer person for this guy who thinks that he's got like the world's best story of all time to tell about his life, and never tells. Yeah, and never knows that his daughter like hired him. I don't know. There's some fun things that happen with that premise, and I do think that like the emotions that he develops with these people are just like really solid aces. Um, and so I do think that the movie is worth it. And you do kind of feel like maybe this whole lying thing could work, right? There's like a moment in the film where it kind of tries to prove that like, oh no, maybe this is a good idea. And I think that kind of like push and pull of like, is this a good idea or is it not? Are we actually like improving people's lives by doing this? Is like is an interesting theory, and there's a lot of like you know the feels that are had. This is like the feel good movie. If you're gonna watch a feel good movie, it's still got a lot of like drama. Electro and I watched this together. We both really enjoyed it.
All right. Is
All
that
right.
all the notable mentions?
Twinless is fucking insane. Don't watch it. Big Bold Beautiful Journey is bland. I don't watch it. Splitsville is the funniest movie I've seen this year. I'll talk about Splitsville for a little bit. Splitsville is just about a guy who is breaking up with his wife, but then finds himself at Dakota Johnson and Michelangelo Covino's house, and enters a basically poly relationship with Dakota Johnson. And it turns out that none of these people are ready to be in an open relationship. And it's very fucking funny.
Care if I had a nickel.
For every Dakota Johnson rom com that happened this year, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and they're both good,
That I
unfortunately.
didn't see.
Meaning that
Oh
Dakota
wait, what
Johnson might
coaster is
actually-
this? Thuzies. What coaster is this? Care if what coaster
That's
is this?
so true. I don't know, but Thuzies are going to be pissed because they let that guy just carry a bag of like fish from the carnival onto this ride when everybody knows that no fucking person is ever going to let like somebody carry like literally anything. Like they stopped that shit for phones, dude. Like, but yeah, that is the one unrealistic part of this film. Um,
I'm gonna
the
ask
other
the
unrealistic part
Thuzies.
is Dakota Johnson being interested in, two fucking schlubs. But yeah,
Schlubs.
no.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
Japanese anime.
Phoenician Scheme is good. It's about a guy and his daughter traveling the countryside, trying to get all of his like business plans in order, and none of them are going fucking well. He actually seems like a complete dumbass the entire time. Yeah, no, like person who runs a company would be like that, just like completely shoot themselves in the fucking foot, right? So there's that. The Luckiest Man in America is about the guy who cheated,
Oh my god, how many movies did you see?
Press Your Luck. Yeah, cheated Press Your Luck. Yeah.
I'm not trying to press you or anything, but it is
Yeah, no.
past 1
There's
a.m.
one more. There is one more.
Yeah.
And then the fucking monkey, the monkey. Oz Perkins made this movie called The Monkey. It's based on a Stephen King short story, and it's crazy as hell, and I didn't really love it that much. But it definitely is a James Wan like joint. This and Osgood Perkins. Like this thing is off the wall. If you like gore to a hilarious extent, this is the movie for you. I do not like gore to a hilarious extent, so I did not. But yeah, this thing is fun if you like just like crazy ass kills. And that's it. Sorry.
Okay. We'll talk about SpongeBob first.
Yeah, sure.
SpongeBob: The Search for SquarePants. Apparently, SpongeBob isn't like manly enough, and then also the Flying Dutchman needs like a pure soul or something.
Yep.
And go ahead, Karif. What do you still like SpongeBob many weeks later, or is
Did I like it? I thought I said it was like okay. Like it's not the SpongeBob that people like that Mr. Enter or whatever are gonna complain about on the internet, right? Like it's definitely better than that. But it's not like good. Yeah, I don't remember a single joke from this movie that was funny. Um I know there were. I know there were like a couple. And I do think that there are some okay there are some okay jokes, and I think that the characterization of SpongeBob is not, is not bad. I think that brick joke was actually pretty funny. But yeah, no. It's like if you have family that are interested in watching this movie, I think it's okay.
all right? Cool.
Yeah.
Avatar: Fire and Ash. Karif liked this movie so much he saw it twice. Karif.
And they still fucked up the projection. Oh my god.
So what is Fire and Ash about? In this third movie in the Avatar epic saga, it sees the Sully clan still hanging out with the water people, and they have to deal with the fact that Spider can't just keep living with them forever. He can't breathe oxygen, or he can't breathe the air in Pandora. It's poison to humans. It kills you within 4 minutes. And so they decide to bring him back to live with the other humans that are living in some research facility or some science facility, which we actually haven't seen. I have no idea where it's at. But along the way, they get attacked by these fire Navi and their leader, Varang, who's just pissed off at the whole world because her village got burnt down and everybody died.
And crazy.
It's
So
crazy,
but she's
bro.
so hot, you know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, because the fire. And so
Yeah.
everyone gets separated. Spider's gonna die, but Kiri does some mystical voodoo shit. She connects with Awa and basically fills Spider's body with mycelium, with this fungus. It gives him the Mario mushroom treatment, and now he can breathe.
More like the Mario 1-up treatment because he's about to die.
Yeah, he does die. And he can breathe on Pandora now. This is very scary because, see, the humans, for whatever reason, want to colonize Pandora, even though everything fucking sucks there. And I don't know why they would want to do that, but sure. But they want to colonize Pandora. The biggest issue is they can't breathe the air. And so now it's this, like, game of hot potato of we've got to keep Spider hidden, because if the humans, like, reverse technology, they reverse engineer how he's able to breathe, they're all going to be able to do it, and it's going to be completely over for the Na'vi, because the only thing the Na'vi really have against the humans is the fact that they can just breathe. If you want to fight the humans back, you just have to break the glass in whatever ship that they're in, and they're kind of fucked. Why don't they just use unmanned drones? Hey, shut up. And so anyway, at the same time, you have Quaritch, who's still on his epic quest to kill Jake Sully, and he ends up getting wrapped up with Varang, who's an absolute crazy druggy dominatrix lady who literally says, hey, I could just drug you and fuck you all weekend, dude. Like, we could just do that. And he's like, how about we drug each other and fuck each other all weekend? And she's like, yeah, that sounds even better. And so they work together, and then the humans are like, hey, Quaritch, why are you being so friendly with the natives? That's kind of weird. You're just supposed to get Jake Sully. We don't want these people here. And then Quaritch is like, whatever. And then they're like, hey, Quaritch, you can't go fight with us in the big battle against the whales, because the whales are back and they're gonna go to the big helix, the Aurora Borealis, in the water. And so the guy that was in the first movie that should have been dead because his arm got ripped off is like, oh, there's gonna be like 100 whales and we gotta go stop them. Also, Jake Sully gets captured, and also Neytiri hurts her arm, but then it gets better. Then also she doesn't like human stuff still.
But then it gets better.
And yeah, and so like Jake is like, hey, maybe you should be like using human stuff. Human stuff isn't that, we could like combine them. And she's like, nah, fuck that. Also, I secretly hate our children.
We were supposed to be wrapping up
and
here.
So also that's happening, and then and then we get to see the face of Awa, and it's a giant face, in the giant head face in the light.
Yeah, it's the master control program.
Yeah, it's MCP. I was thinking the same thing. And there you go. That's what the movie is. That's how the movie is. You can tell how also Jake and Quaritch have to work together sometimes.
I don't know why I'm so
Jake,
pissy about movies.
And Jake is like, hey, Quaritch, wouldn't it be cool if you just weren't evil? And then Quaritch's like, no. What did you think about Avatar: Fire and Ash?
Oh man, I saw it twice. I saw it 1.5 times for anybody that's keeping
Avatar
score.
1.5. Yep.
Bro, I wish. I liked it better on the second half, but I don't think that moves it up to like anything more than like above average sometimes and below average some other times. Like if you read the comment, I don't know if anybody actually gave a shit about what I had to say, and I wouldn't either, honestly. I understand completely. it has a lot of drama in it, and it just never feels like I could fully connect with the characters like 100%. I like that actually varies from character to character. I think with Spider and Quaritch, I end the movie thinking that they're actually really cool and epic. Um, and good characters and interesting characters. With Jake, I think Rob and I are on the same page of like maybe this guy's actually like a complete fucking jackass. Um,
What Jake Sully?
and
Yeah,
yeah,
he's got some
he's got
weird
some shit to work
things.
out. Yeah. Maybe he'll face the consequences of thinking those weird things
Nope.
in the fourth movie if they make it.
Nope.
I believe that they might, but like the whale stuff doesn't really get to me. The Kiri stuff kind of doesn't fully get to me. Rob posted that video of the Kiri voiced by an actual teenage girl, and I think I like that quite a bit better than what they're doing with Sigourney Weaver. Like I get it. Like trust me when I say I get what they're trying to do, but um yeah, no. I just don't personally think it's like great. And I feel like they're keeping it like still super vague, and I think it needs to be less vague. Um I don't know. Yeah, there's just like I apparently conked out for like most of the ending fight scene, and I do think that is still pretty visually arresting. But it's kind of visually arresting in the same way as Way of Water, and the boat thing really pisses me off, and the fact that they're still just like fighting over water and the action doesn't really feel like particularly different from the Way of Water does make me feel like the movie hasn't really like improved over Way of Water. Like there's new plot points, there's new stuff to be had, but it doesn't feel more interesting than Way of Water. Or and like it just feels like we're hitting like a kind of like natural end point to how much you can do with this franchise, right? And I think if they once again if they just wrap it up in a fourth movie, I'll be fine and I can really like the first movie, think that the second movie is really good except for the ending, and then just have these last two as kind of just like bookends of like, hey, there was some cool stuff in there, like the Quartz and Spider stuff, but yeah, I don't need the full six.
Uh, I think this movie was a step up as far as having things to do. Way of Water is famously a movie about literally fucking nothing. Nothing
It's about
happens.
teenagers going
It's
into the
about
water, Robert.
yeah, and then they swim now.
And then
And
it's the way of water,
yeah,
and that's why it's the way of
they're building up the
water.
characters, and sure that pays off in this movie here. A lot happens. This movie feels like it could have ended at least 20,000 times along the way, but it continues to go, and it feels like it doesn't feel like it's trying to tell a conventional story. It feels like it's just showing it's a slice of life, right? It's a slice of life story. These are the things that are just happening, and we happen to be looking in on the things that are happening. Neytiri's arc, she goes through several different things in this movie. Just because one arc ends doesn't mean okay, that's the end of the movie. Uh Quaritch and Jake also go through several different points throughout this movie. Just because those points end doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of the movie, because new things continue to go on. And James keeps throwing things at the screen. He keeps throwing things at the story. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. Quaritch and
Yeah.
Jake having this complicated relationship over Spider and over their past, I think is maybe the strongest thing in this movie, because that is like they are in this interesting and weird spot. They do work together to help save the kids from Varang, which Quaritch ends up joining up with. It feels kind of like a soap opera, honestly. The world's most
Yeah.
expensive soap opera. This is Days of Our Lives with fucking Navi. And
Blue people.
yeah, the Blue Man Group, if you will, and Woman Group. And the
Yeah.
stuff with Varang's just such a deliciously insane, batshit crazy, masochistic, sadistic character. Like, you almost gotta respect the level of crazy. Like, she gets her hands on a flamethrower for the first time, and you see this, this absolute wild insanity in her eyes, where she's like,
like she's just infatuated with the amount of chaos she's going to be able to create with this. She actually wants to use the Sky People weapons. She's like very interested, and she's like, oh, I could use this shit to fuck things up. And that's kind of how Quaritch gets in with those guys. And then Quaritch kind of leads a rebellion against the RDA in the final fight, because the RDA say, hey, you need to sit this out, like your ass is on thin ice. And then he's like, whatever, I'm gonna do what I want. I got what I wanted. His story mirrors Jake's, where like Jake kind of did things for good. He joined the Na'vi for good, and Quaritch is doing it because he's evil. You know, he does find a little bit of Na'vi tail, but they're both crazy and evil as shit. And I think those things are interesting. But it's true.
Yeah.
Like, you're laughing, but it's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
I think these are interesting things. Is this movie a little long in the tooth? Yes. Does this movie hit a few too many emotional climaxes that kind of make you feel tired by the time it actually ends? Yes. But at that point, you're so conditioned to it that, I mean, at least for me, I was sitting there going, I could just keep going for another 3 hours, honestly, if you got more shit you want to show me. And I know I like...
I'm still kind of in
Care-
the this is James Cameron's like obsession.
Yeah,
And
his
it's like
autistic
interesting
obsession.
yeah, and to see him just like talk about this is really cool up until a certain point. And that's when Rob that's why the damn that's crazy thing
Yeah,
is
I say,
like so
damn,
important.
that's crazy. Like,
Eh,
damn,
yeah.
dude, that's crazy as
That's
shit.
actually
Like,
crazy. Like, you're
what are you
invested, and
talking
I'm like,
about, dude?
and I'm saying, damn, that's crazy, but the story's keeping on going, like that meme,
Yeah.
you know? Like when you say, damn, that's crazy, but the guy keeps talking.
I am a little bit that, like, when I say damn, I'm crazy, damn, that's crazy, it's a little bit that, but like I'm actually like fucking flabbergasted this guy's still going. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, yeah,
Once
dude.
again, I would love it if we were
It
doing
sounds
something
like-
other than 3 Avatar movies
It sounds like
with this kind of technical effects.
This movie, and when I say this, I mean it in like the most positive way possible, because I did enjoy it. But it does sound like a crackhead that's like standing on your porch rambling at like 3 a.m, just going on and on about this shit. It almost feels like that episode of Family Guy where Brian takes all that Adderall and he comes up with that like entire fantasy sci-fi.
Oh
thing.
yeah.
It feels like that. That's what this feels like.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
He said this is.
But it's crazy that it got like the budget, right? Like, and
Yeah.
I'm happy about that to an extent, but I'd also like to see other crackheads take a crack at it, right?
Yeah,
I
we
guess
need more crackhead movies. Like, I am fascinated.
you know,
by
good
the
luck,
fact
have
this
fun, don't
exists.
die. Kind of looks like a fucking crackhead movie if
This-
we're gonna be real. So
By all means, this movie shouldn't exist, and yet it does. These movies continue to exist, and I'm glad that it does. It's a weirdo Geeko movie. I am here for it, and I think with time, I think I've enjoyed this more. I mean, I haven't seen it a second time like Karif has, but I
wanted to do due diligence. I truly wanted to
And
make sure
I-
that I wasn't just fucking capping, right? Like
I will pick up the 3D Blu-ray for this at the very least. It's definitely going to get that because James is going to push for it. But I think this kind of did put me on board. You know, what other weirdo, dumb shit ideas do you have? Like, how many...
apparently one of them has to do with Michelle Yeoh. So
Yeah, like,
sure,
what-
James. You know,
Let's get some
yeah,
Glupshitos.
one of the coolest ladies right now in film.
Let's get some
And
Glupshitos.
maybe actually get her to fucking do something. Yeah,
Like the movie, I think it's at like 1.3 billion right now. So
that might. So we might get a fourth one.
yeah, they said it's determinate. But like next week will be a month and it'll have made 1 billion. But also Zootopia 2 made that much money. It would be sad. It's not like I want this movie to fail, but it would also be funny if Zootopia 2 ended up making more money than this did.
It still kind of feels like we're in direct to DVD territory a little bit, just with how like meandering the sort of plots are and all the.
But I
different
think
shit that
that's
we wanna
almost
do,
like the
but, like,
point where it's like you're just seeing life on Pandora, which is the point of all these movies and why they're in the
Yeah, and-
IMAX 3D high frame rate. Like, that's it.
life is cooler than and all that is like cool in theory, I feel like, but I would expect them to have a little bit more focus, given the fact that the first one has that. It's just like I would love a movie with focus and like and this sort of effects and these like cool ass plot lines. I feel like you could do more. Oh man. We could have more avatars, guys. We could have more cool shit like Avatar that just isn't like isn't just coagulated in this James Cameron pool.
I mean, you have to have a directorial run like James, and that's like almost unprecedented.
I know, but it's just that's what makes it like depressing. We may never get anything ever like Avatar again.
I mean,
like ever. Nothing's fucking making
maybe
money.
we don't need something like Avatar. Maybe we need something that's.
I think we do. I will say I think we do. I would love more high fantasy epics like this that don't necessarily, that tackle different themes from Avatar. But
well, I recommend Avatar: Fire and Ash. Maybe not an entirely full send recommend, but I do recommend it. It's more of a big screen experience, but I almost kind of feel like this is like the sort of thing you could put on the background while you're like folding clothes or something. I don't know. That sounds bad to say.
Yeah.
But
James
like,
Cameron's literally gonna fucking kill you for saying that.
Well, that's what he wants. If you have a 3D TV and this gets a 3D Blu-ray, like obviously get that. Like fuck yeah. I mean, I really hope so. I want to get it.
It is a technical achievement, right? Yeah. I just want the technical achievement to actually do something for other movies.
Well, I mean, the issue is that it's up to the studios to decide. But the other thing too, like I mean, you have to get directors that really know visual effects. James Cameron really knows visual effects. I could see Gareth Edwards maybe doing, something.
All right. Well,
J.J. Abrams could have been that guy if he didn't.
It sounds like J.J. Abrams is going to be that guy. 1 second. Just a couple of extra 2026 movies. The Bone Temple. I saw 28 years later. That was good.
This is the 2025 year in review, not 2026. We can do that next year.
True. Okay, so yes.
So we are going to wrap this up.
Go check on that J.J. Abrams thing though. He is doing something
in the morning for me. This went on way and
okay,
not that it's an issue. No,
I'm
okay.
Sorry.
What is he doing? What is James Cameron doing? Tell me what is James Cameron doing?
No, never mind. No, it's not. I thought J.J. Abrams was working on a fantasy thing, but I can't find any legit.
What is Jonathan Jamerson Abrams working on? Let's look it up right now. I'm gonna go on IMDb right now. I'm gonna look it up. He's working on a movie called that's a producer.
Great Beyond. Science fiction.
He's working on a movie. Please give me The Great Beyond. That sounds cool. 2026. Young newlywed couple struggles to survive against a supernatural entity. Ooh, Emma McKay, okay. Emma Mackey, Glenn Powell, Samuel Jackson, Jenna Ortega.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, let's hope that's good.
All right, now we're done. Sorry for talking everybody's ear off.
Yeah.
I watched 10 movies at the very end that I had to talk about.
I was not expecting that. I thought you were like, oh, I have a few, and then it was 20 movies, and I was like, oh, this is.
I didn't expect it either. I just didn't think I had that many movies. To talk about.
Yeah, there's a lot of those I didn't even know you saw. Honestly.
Yeah, I
expected guys. If you miss or if we don't do a whole bunch of current movie reviews, I do have a list of things that I do plan on seeing 2D and 3D this year. But we are doing the Brad Bird-a-thon. Okay, guys, we do review movies that aren't currently coming out. I know those aren't as flashy because who cares? They came out 20 years ago. No one gives a shit about Ernest Scared Stupid. But we do. You can guys go check that out. I'm telling you guys, those reviews are a lot of fun. We love doing them. The Nightmare Alley review was a lot of fun. It's nice to have Kaifi along for these things. Guys, I'm telling you, the Twilight reviews are worth. They are funny. There are many humorous moments in the review. It is fun to talk about those movies. Just to give you a little taste, the cuck scene from Eclipse. You want to hear about my thoughts on the cuck scene from Eclipse? You better go watch the review on Eclipse. I'm not trying to super plug everything else, but we do talk about other stuff that is fun. So
that is true.
We talk about
I have a lot of fun doing this
last year as well.
I think our next big one is Mercy, right? I can't think of anything else that we have on the docket.
That comes out next week. That's going to be an IMAX 3D release.
I can't fucking believe that. I guess
Yeah,
I'm gonna have
me
to
neither.
find this movie somewhere. But yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody.